Sun is rising, feel the warmth of my face. There's a lot to do now, but there ain't no race. I sip my coffee, I'm feeling fine. Don't need to work yet, I'm gonna take my time. It's a brand new day. Gotta take it on my way. Gotta take it on my way. It's a brand new day. Gotta take it on my way. Gotta take it on my way. Take a look out my window, see the birds in the trees. Their songs inspire me to sing a sweet melody. How do they do it? Not a care and so free. Wanna step into their world, who holds the key? It's a brand new day. Gotta take it on my way. Gotta take it on my way. It's a brand new day. Gotta take it on my way. Gotta take it on my way.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Welcome to the Rising Show with Empress Ella G. And I'm her sidekick, Lance Scurv. I make sure the tables are clean, your cups are continually filled. If you don't have any toilet paper in the bathroom or you need the floors mopped, no problem. No problem. I got you.
Oh, you got me. You got me. You got me. Grand Rising, everyone. I'm doing good. I'm still waking up. You know.
I know. I told you I'm going to weigh you down this week. I promise. Yeah, for real.
I know. Grand Rising.
A couple months ago, you know, it's is it a month shy? Well, no, it's like 3 weeks shy of a year that we moved here.
Oh, yes.
We hit the ground running, as you well know. I don't put everything out there, but y'all know what's going on.
And I'm just as tired as you.
I feel the fatigue, but it kind of falls off like that fly on the windshield that kind of hangs on at 20 miles an hour, but I'm driving like 80 miles an hour. So it's like, oh man, the wings are flying, and all of a sudden it just pops off. So that's what it is.
Okay.
I know you want to greet everyone before the list gets too long. So let's do it. It's not that I don't want to do it. It'll be redundant if I follow behind you. You do such a good job that you know, who wants to hear me say it? So don't think when she says it, I'm saying it to you and everybody there, right?
I am
roll.
surrogate, so I say it for him. Grand rising, everyone.
Anyway.
Well, don't go anywhere with it. Stay right here. Stay right here.
Right.
Focus. Grand rising, everyone. Hi, Willie. How are you? Good to see you. Synovia, darling. How you doing this morning? Hi, Tammy. Oh, I love you too. Thank you. Thank you. Only positive vibes here. No mess, no negativity, no foolishness.
That's right.
Hi, Indigo King. How are you? Trooper. Good to see you. Hi, Queen Murat. How you doing this morning, hon? It's a brand new day and I'm loving it. I'm giving thanks. Yes.
The ground running.
Rome. Hello, my dear. How you doing? Good to see you. Hope all is well. Let's see. Hi, Eric Days. Good to see you. What is it? Sugar Lips. Hello. Sugar Lips. Sugar Lips. Hey, Annette. How are you? Good to see you. Let me see who else is here. Let me see. Tammy, I know Tammy's here. Hi, Eric. Yelver. How you doing? You know I know who you are. Anyway, let's see. Superman Heru. Hi, Eileen. How are you? Sunkissed. First person on deck. My trooper. Hello,
for real.
Hello, how are you? So is that
okay?
it?
So I'm like sitting here. No, I'm not dozing off. I thought you were talking to someone in the chat room. Yeah. I played an extra song or two. I don't like to play it too long because new people come in. Well, is this a music show or something? But just to let folks come in because we don't know about the notifications. But I try to always put it out there on Telegram manually, individually, and in the various rooms we have there. A couple of numbers on WhatsApp that I know that folks are interested in, on Facebook, on TheLanceScurv fan page, and also where else? Just a whole bunch of places. Twitter, which there's not too many people on Twitter, but I just make a routine of putting it out there on various platforms. Sometime, like after the show started, when I run out of time, I do have to say we made the banner, we talked a little bit, I ate a little something 30 minutes before the show.
I know.
Again, like I love it like that. I mean, yeah, I like to always be prepared. And I want to say that yesterday was a success. I may go out after this show, not during the same show, but I may walk around in a very interesting area live. We didn't really plan it exactly what time. We're going with the flow. We won't always do that every single day, but when the opportunity arises, if I go out and do things in interesting areas, we're going to have a live show with it, provided Empress Ola G is available. Other than that, maybe I'll just record it or whatever. But I want to do it live today, but I got to take a little shower, freshen up, and get some heavier food in me. So it'll be later on. This evening, or early evening, or rather like 5, 6, whatever, because I got to compensate for the time difference. I'm going to have Beatrice Noel. She expressed some interest in doing a show tonight on spirits and demons. Whichever way we're going to title it, it'll be, she goes in on that. She goes in on that because she doesn't have to research that stuff, because she has vast experience in different realms of spirituality and knowledge of different types of religions and practices. So look for that also later on. And then after that, in the evening, we're going to ride out. I want to do a lot. I have some uploads to work on, some things, some programs to fix up and stuff like that. So I like when I come out the gate, boots, on the ground, swinging. Ain't no feel out round what we have these days. Like, oh, let's feel out the opponent. No, hit me, I hit you. I'm swinging. I'm coming with it. I'm dropping everything in the next 3 rounds. If you wait, you'll beat me because I'll be exhausted. But you know what? If you wait through this storm coming, trust me, you're not going to be standing either. Let me just back up with my male energy a little bit. You see, I'm getting all testosteronized. And that's a good thing early in the morning.
Filled up with testosteronies.
Exactly.
The testosterone is flowing heavily.
Right. But that's a good thing at 58 years old, right? I mean, like most other guys don't have none around 40.
I know.
Some beat themselves up with the heavy drinking and drugs. 32, they through.
I know.
I've seen some white boys in their early 20s that have full beards and they're somewhere wasted. And you're looking at them like, this guy's got to be like 45 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And you talk to the guy, like, yeah, I just got out of high school 4 years ago. Like, whoa. You can't hardly keep your eyes open. You beat red.
You said, how many times were you left back?
No. Or you finished high school at 41, and they tell you the age, and like, look at this guy. And they never can believe you, no matter what age I was. And I tell them, dude, you friggin' lying to me, dude. Well, I take care of myself, buddy. Plus, I got that DNA and that melanin, so I'm good. Even those of us who abuse ourselves, and we're going to get on the topic, but even those of us who abuse ourselves, we got more snapback as Black folks, and they know it. They know it.
I know.
That's part of the resentment. Look at you. And now you got women.
So good.
Exactly. See, at first they used to make fun of it. They hated it when they saw sisters young in high school in the shapes they had and they come out into the world. See, they got a shorter shelf life, right?
Right.
And so now they used to make fun. Oh, you got those big fat asses, huh? How are your big bubble lips, huh? Look at your hair. And they made the world believe that they little stringy, impotent Viagra needing. They need hair Viagra to stand up. And the lips are slits. I mean, this is not sexual, but a Black woman, beautiful, in the ice cream parlor, sucking on a straw of, look at them lips. Oh my God.
I know.
Look at the skin. Look at the hair. And brothers who know when you hold them close and you inhale, there's a certain scent in the hairline, man. I don't know, it's pheromones or something. Melt me. And you on public transportation, this white woman hair getting all a bit. What is that? You don't even smell good.
No, God.
Oh man, the sister smells so good. And they look so good. That's why, it's not a male chauvinist thing. Because or your man is being chauvinistic to you. No, he's appreciating me.
Right.
That all of a sudden you have to be in the kitchen cooking for us. No. But if you're in the kitchen and you have a living room that can view part of the kitchen and you over there by the stove and got that little t-shirt on.
Ooh.
We did things last night and that's all you got on. But when you're scrambling the eggs and the waistline shifts and the little t-shirt goes back and forth like the brushless car wash where, those big brushes go sideways. It's like, oh my God. Just visually, the way you walk, the way you look. You wake up in the morning time and don't have to put on no makeup, man. Even with the crust in the corner of your eye, I'm transfixed while you sleep. I'm looking at you like, what a work of art. And they got nerve to make fun of you. And it's not just the physical amenities. You know what it is? It's the spirituality behind it. It's the warmth behind it. When right, because sometimes we're a little off and things don't resonate and balance.
Right.
When near balance, that's the comfort for you, man. And you got to be the protector and the comfort and the one who secures her. But there's nothing like you, sisters. I love you, young and old. Even when you got wrinkles and gray in your hair, you fine as heck. And there's a level of fineness. If I'm making up a word, right? That even when things droop, even when things turn gray, even when wrinkles come, when you do yourself up, ain't nothing stopping you. Even if you're 150 damn pounds overweight, when you walk with confidence. Oh man.
My.
So that's why we're so strong.
My.
Because of you. Our strength didn't just come. We came out of you. We came out of you.
Tell it.
You can say a nasty joke. That's why we try
to
so
like
much.
a man. Tell it like a man.
No, but it's a beautiful thing. And our sisters need to be bigged up every single day because I love you all. Not like I'm trying to love you all and bed you down. I'm saying from a spiritual standpoint, from an emotional standpoint, you can be in public, standing by a bus stop or waiting for the train to come in. And there's that person that you don't really know, but you kind of meet each other's eyes and nod because you've been riding the same public transportation for the last 3 years and they know you're going to a job. They kind of know that you're respectable. And now, say, for example, unfortunately, you lost your mother and a tear is coming down your eye. And this lady don't even know you and puts her arm around you.
Yes.
That's that universal comfort that we have through you.
Yes.
So, brother, stop calling our sisters bitches. Man, them hoes, man. If some girl hurt you, some woman hurt you, it ain't all of them.
That's
and
right.
They have enough issues
Say that,
being
please.
a black woman in this society.
Say it again, Brother Lance. Say it again, because a lot of people need to hear that. You know, you can't take one person and identify everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And for the most part, I'm not saying our sisters are, they're damaged goods. I'm saying they have become like that refrigerator or that wash and dryer that is at the scratch and dent sale.
Yeah.
But works perfectly, but has taken some battles and scars. See, we all catch scars. Lots of times, like with men, you know, teen years, 20s, we catch major scars being stupid and not thinking. That usually have to follow us for the rest of our life.
Right.
And the same for our sisters. Sometimes they're born into situations that are very toxic. And we're getting into the topic. I just had to get this off my chest that I love you all.
Yes.
I don't care if you're grossly overweight. You're beautiful. The world did that to you. If you overeat because you're hurting, or if you drink too much because you're hurting, or you're hurting and don't know why because it's coming from some of these sources, and the man you look to just puts you down. They look at you as sick. Or sometimes your own sisters do you wrong. And you don't have to be that picture perfect, because ain't nothing picture perfect. That picture perfect magazine cover made up under the proper lights, professional. Yeah, right, exactly, and photoshopped. You don't have to live like that. You don't have to live under that pressure that until you look like that you'll then be worthy of love, being loved.
Right. That's like an illusion.
Exactly. Like I said before, and I'm going to say it again. If you take all the women off the world and leave two that I have to pick one to love and procreate with, and you have a white woman who the world would say, she got a black woman's backside and she's in the gym every day and she's got this little waistline and she's beautiful. And she might be or have a certain level of limited attractiveness by the world standards on what they say, because she put herself together because she had the money to go to the doctor to do that. And say there's another sister. I don't care if she's 400 pounds, 5'5", just on the verge of poor health. She might be down in her heart and say, oh, that old Lance ain't gonna choose me because look at that one there. And the white woman got a tan. She's perfect by the world's standards. And most of our brothers are, man, I ain't on no mission. I'm trying to get mine. That girl look good, man. I'm taking that sister. She might have discolorations all in her face.
Right.
She may have the widest nose that so many people who are brainwashed in the European sense. Oh, I don't want to be, see, it depends with us men.
Yeah.
They'll get one sister who may have a nice nose, meaning nice wide nose, full lips. But if it's bigger than that, oh no, man, she ain't, no. The woman's hair might be short and not taken care of as far as oiled up nice, whatever. I'm going to tongue that woman down so much. I'm going to make love to that woman. I'm going to make her know that she's beautiful. I'm going to hold hands with her. I'm going to walk down the street with her. I mean, there's nobody else in the world, but let's say that I'm going to be with her. And she's going to get it. Love and respect. She's going to get treated like a queen. Just like, okay, you a man trying to woo some woman over. I'm going to hold the door for her. I'm going to get her roses because all I want to do is hit it and quit it. And I'll do everything. No, I'm going to do it out of my heart. And there's no words of love that I will not say to her. I'm going to pamper her. I don't know how to cook like Mrs. Scurv, right? But I'm going to learn how to cook. I'm going to feed it in bed. When she wakes up, I'm going to devour her. And before she goes to bed, I'm going to devour her. She's going to be in heaven every day. I don't care if her toes don't look pretty. They're going to get sucked. She's going to get kissed. There's not an orifice on her body that will not be explored. And she's going to be reassured that I'm going to study her like a student studies because he wants that degree in a university.
Am I hearable? Am I visible? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm going off right now. I'm sorry. I'm gonna come back down. I'm just.
I,
I feel so
I just
strong
want
about
to
it.
make sure that you can hear me because, yeah.
I'm hearing you loud and clear. I
Okay.
think I was. Yeah, I went off. I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm
you
coming back to earth. But I feel strong about that because I hate
I know,
when I
though.
see
I know.
one
I
of my
know.
sisters hurting.
I know.
And it don't mean I'm going to try to sex them. I'm just saying I talk to this stuff on an intimate level.
I
That
know.
you
I
don't have to
know.
be the world standard of what this fake plastic engineered look is. It's not about the look. It's
Right.
about your
Right.
soul. It's about your spirit.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
I love you down so good on all levels. I don't mean no just a sex thing, right? We know that. But just love and nurture you on all levels that you know what? You come
Yes.
back in 3 years,
Yes. Yes.
maybe 5,
Mhm.
maybe 1.
Mhm.
And there wouldn't be a man who wouldn't break his neck.
That's true.
See how beautiful she is because she's been nurtured.
That listen,
Beautiful
tell it,
gardens,
tell it, tell it,
unless
tell it,
you
tell it,
cultivate
tell
it,
it, tell
it'll
it.
look wild. It'll be out of control.
Say everything except the
No
tongue
person
part.
who knows how to cultivate that garden.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be the most beautiful thing if you just give it love
Yeah.
and care. You talk to the plants, you love them, you
Yes.
spend time with the plants. You give it what it needs. You water it.
Yes.
You feed what you know, them eggshells and a little bit of food at your plate, and you put it at the base and let it,
Yes.
whatever you do. I don't know that thing like Mr. Scurv, but that's whatever you do. You cultivate it.
That's
That's
right.
all the woman needs. And you're not doing this like a cheap stock investment because if I cultivate you, you're going to turn to this person and I got to sit back now and enjoy it. No, you continually water. If in a year's time it takes all this water over the year,
Mm-hmm.
you don't take a year's worth of water and just dump it on the plant, you'll kill it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to do like a time release vitamin that releases slowly in the system so that you have maximum absorption. So you take time and you cultivate, and there won't be a woman on that street. If we go back into the population and repopulate the world, they'll say, "Who in the hell is that?"
That's right.
And not out of being possessive or some because she's mine and she's not mine because she came to me through the Creator.
Yes.
So it's like a vehicle that you borrow that was given to you from a friend.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bring it back with a full tank. I'm going to bring it back clean because I'm taking it to the car wash, or I hand wash it myself or detail it myself.
Right.
That you'll be proud when I bring it back. It's not mine, but it's mine. So not just saying you love something, but you have to be in the process of loving in every single way. Whatever you need, I got you.
Always. Yes.
I'm here to study you and give you everything you need 24/7 and nurture you out of that dark place that you've been. And it'll translate to an amplified mental, physical, spiritual, and emotional beauty.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So how about that, fellas? That's the challenge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop looking at women. Well, this one got a better ass than it. Man, it's not about that.
If that's all you look at, you'll never get to the real person.
Man, when you have that heart-to-heart connection and you love her truly and she knows it, when she knows it, you hear her on the phone with her girlfriends, not bragging. Well, you know, I know my man loves me. And she ain't saying it bragging. Then a worldly way to throw off on somebody else because that other sister might be hurting. So she's been afforded a love that she'll have sympathy and empathy for the next sister in a friendship.
Yes.
And from a sisterly way, know how to cultivate her. I'm not talking lesbianism or anything like that. I'm just saying in a sisterly way.
Ooh, Tammy, you're one of the lucky ones. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, there you go. That's the way it has to be. I'm sorry. I've been running my mouth. We're already 20 minutes into it. Haven't even started.
Sir. Sir.
Yeah, you got to reel me in.
Sir.
Yes, yes.
I think everyone, and I'm going to be just as bad as you right now, and this is the morning show. Everybody was vibing, and then you go, I'm gonna tongue her down, and I don't even know how the chat room didn't fall off.
I don't care if she got morning breath. I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna tongue you down when the morning breath is there. Morning breath is perfume to me. I love you so much. Damn it.
You see,
you put it at night, and there's no perfume in Macy's.
Stop it.
Smell better than that. That's the kind of relentless. How dare they challenge me with their primitive skills? You gotta have that. They gotta know that. So what if the woman at the time have a belly? Love her, kiss the belly.
Yeah,
Kiss the stretch marks.
That's true.
Kiss a little injury she had from some kind of thing that happened when she was 7 years old and she's ashamed of it.
Yes.
You know how many women before they engage in being nude around their man that they might have just known or been with for years, they put their hand over their stomach.
I know.
Come here, put your hand up there. Let me kiss that navel. Let me kiss that while I happen to be down there. Let me kiss that up too.
But ladies, make sure you clean out that navel, please. Don't let him be kissing it and it ain't clean. You won't get kissed again.
Down there first, you'll have nothing to clean.
No.
No, you know what I mean. No. You keep on it so much, nothing accumulates. Let's put it that way, right? You know how to be a little comedian, right?
I know. Oh God.
Well,
Reese, you didn't have to. Are you? What did you say, hon? I mean, I saw some of it, but. I hope you're okay this morning. I hope everything is good with you this morning. Listen, Tammy, that is so awesome. That is so awesome. That's beautiful, sis.
For those who are not in the chat, I'll put that up on the screen.
Yeah.
So, and it doesn't mean you're not going to go through rough times or, like you said, the trial and error and the rocky road sometimes.
Yeah.
Smooth into this thing out of nowhere like that. So, sisters, give us a chance when we're sincerely trying. But let her know, if she's been cheated on or violated, other fellows be like, oh man, you checking in. She got you like that? Damn right.
Yeah.
And it's not
but you know
what? They don't know. Yeah.
Romy Rome said something really interesting. I'm not interesting, but really, good. He said that we have to respect we have to appreciate, which basically comes right back to respect. We have to appreciate our men. And that's a big problem for a lot of women. They don't appreciate their men. A lot of...
and I understand. And it's really
We're talking good men, too. We're not talking the ones that are just trying to hit it and quit it, or they're just sitting around waiting for you to come home, cook and clean and set up yourself. That's, that's a nice way of saying, they tell you, go set up yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because that's when you're gonna get women who will disrespect you. But for the most part,
and that's there. That's going to be there.
Yeah.
And you have to know your value. And it's sad that those women who don't appreciate a good brother, who's really, 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 really trying. Because let's look at it this way. And I'm not throwing off on anybody, male or female.
Too much television.
But on an introspective level. How many of us in this life have really, 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 really tried and followed through and gave your all without any apprehension? That's something that we have to continually challenge ourselves, because when we look at how we've been done wrong, and you get past a certain chronological age, you've been done wrong, where you say, you know what, I don't want to be bothered with nobody. But we're not made for that. We're social creatures. We're loving. We need to emotionally breathe.
Yeah.
You can't block it, and that's a reactionary thing. I know there may be people who are listening or listen to it after. Of course, you go to a restaurant, they got roaches in the plate. You're going to go back over there and eat? No, you're not going to do it. I understand that.
Right.
But now your head's messed up for any restaurant. You know what I mean? And I understand that too. But you cannot box yourself off that way. You cannot cry and let your tears cause you to bleed on the inside. And every time you see someone who appears to be happy, and I say appears because there's a lot of folks out here fronting, but it hurts you because deep down you really do wish you had that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when you work on yourself, you make yourself better. Things will come to you. Don't focus on the negative. Yes, you've been hurt, and you want to pull yourself off of no, it's not a game, but just from being out there, whatever, heal yourself.
Yeah.
But just don't heal yourself by pulling away and doing nothing.
Exactly.
Love yourself, polish the vehicle that you are. Give yourself a tune-up. Treat yourself and have a date night that you have with yourself, even when you're in a relationship. And that man should encourage you to never lose touch with yourself, to always know yourself. It's nice when you say you want to get into me, but don't lose yourself in me. I still want you to know who you are as an individual.
That is true.
Any good man wants you to know that and doesn't take that as a threat. Like, she's still independent, so that next nigga might come and snatch her away. If
That
you're
is
doing right by
true.
her and you have a true connection, ain't nobody can snatch her away.
Yes.
She'll always
Yes.
come home to you. There'll be men that try her who have more money. There'll be men who try her that'll be in better shape than you. There'll be men who try her who are hung down to the daggone knee.
Mm-hmm.
But it
Mm-hmm.
won't work if they have a real connection with you. Out of
Mm-hmm.
all the wrenches in the toolbox, if you have a perfect fit, those other wrenches have no use for her, or she has no
Right.
use for them.
Right.
When you
Right.
give her that perfect fit, which we know nobody's perfect, but if you're continually upgrading, continually working, you have to win.
But
I didn't know
some fit
that
are
journey
just
was going to take
perfect.
me.
Mm-hmm.
When I started out,
Mm-hmm.
YouTube didn't exist. Twitter,
Exactly.
Facebook, all this stuff didn't exist. I was just drawing pictures. And one thing evolves into the other. But I said in this journey, wherever it takes me, I'm going to be myself. On whatever medium I'm on, I'm going to express myself. I don't know everything. I learn here from everybody who comes into the chat room every single day. But I'm going to share what I know without restraint, without
Right.
holding back. It'll resonate. That's why we don't have to script these shows and well, let's say this at this point and oh God, I don't know how you do it, Lance. How you do it these shows? Because I'm sitting here talking to you from the heart.
Right.
Through a life of experience.
Right.
And lots of times we'll read a book and find out that, wow, we talked about that
Exactly.
exact thing.
Look at last night.
Exactly. So there it is.
Mm-hmm.
So let's
See
start the
what Tammy
subject.
said? They don't argue. They agree to disagree. Listen, man.
Mm-hmm.
If we can get to that place, you
Mm-hmm.
don't have to have no issues. You don't have to have
Mm-hmm.
any issues because and don't use that as a crutch. Don't use that as a crutch to not talk. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to have disagreements. You're going to have arguments, but you agree to disagree when you see it's coming to a place where you might say the wrong thing. The wrong set of words might come out of your mouth because you're angry or you're not agreeing with what the other person has to say.
Yes.
So this is where we use it, but don't use it as a crutch to say, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to you right now.
Right.
So yeah.
And just when you go through so much in life on that relationship level,
Right.
you should always be continually working on yourself.
Right.
Number one. But those past, like we said, when we say past failures, they're not failures. They're learning experience to hone you and make you better. So
Right.
certain things don't catch you anymore if you learn from that situation, even if it was hurtful. And you know that, wow, I've been through all of this, but you know what? It's a sweet feeling when you finally get it. When you finally get it, some people get it at 19 years old, don't even know what they got, but they worked it out. And some people get it when they 68. But the longer you wait for it, let me tell you something, the sweeter it is. That's the payback.
Right.
And the payoff. That more so than that person who got it real early. You see, they would have had decades to. Let me tell you something. If you've been fiending for chocolate cake and you ain't have none for like 3 years, it's going to taste a lot better than that person who always had it. Well, they enjoy it. But you can foodgasms. And speaking on that note, I want you to kind of decide when I'll leave that to you with the food show, right? When we do that.
Listen, yeah, we're gonna decide on that.
Yeah.
Everybody, who wants a food show? Raise of hand. I know we talked about it
yesterday.
in the chat yesterday, and we're thinking of dedicating something, a show, whether it's once a month or more. We'll see how it rolls.
Yeah.
But we're thinking of doing a show, talk about foods from different countries, cultures. It doesn't matter. There is no censorship. We're not going to say, oh, we can't talk about pork, we can't talk about shrimp, we can't talk about
No. Everything
catfish.
No, this is no
Whatever it
restraint.
is, Exactly. Whatever it is that you like, that you eat, that's part of your culture. Because, we're not a discriminatory group of people here. Just understand that. We're
Right.
not that.
Don't tell, well, Lance is vegan, so I can't. No, if you want to talk about pork,
Exactly.
it may be a cultural thing. It may be, and there'll be somebody listening who are like, I'm not gonna, you have to do this, or
Right.
guardrails have to be here because no, I want to
And you
hear
see,
about it.
and don't hold back, because even if you're not eating pork now, doesn't mean that you never ate pork in the past.
Before,
And
right,
listen, let me tell y'all something. In
in the
Jamaican
future.
in Jamaican culture, Holy
Yeah.
Bound still I eat pork, even if it,
Even on the sly.
even on the sly.
They go to a function where they dish out the pork, and you go to the bathroom and you come back and
But listen,
threw a piece down
you
on the
know
low.
how. Listen, them say certain things is just as sweet as pork, so you might still be eating that pork even though you say you don't eat it.
It just went through someone, right? This tastes pretty good. I don't know why.
It's just it's in a different location and you don't have to cook it.
See, I'm gonna have to reel you in, right? I've corrupted you.
You have.
Pizza.
You have.
Oh man.
Oh God, Rasta man not eat pork, but they sure as hell do in the sly.
That's fly, right? Especially when they say, I don't do those things. Man, I do them things,
Nah, me not do it, Me not eat pork. Yes, you
the blouse
do.
and the skirt. Man, I do them things,
You yam pork all the time.
Your boys do them thing, Man, I do them thing. Yeah, but behind closed doors, you a wizard with it.
You know. Anyway, let me stop. Let me behave myself this morning. It's not even Friday morning.
Right? Well, every day is Friday morning when you have that connection and have a good time. I saw this article that had some profound points that we can discuss. And I changed the title because it was a little longer and it wouldn't fit into that little bit of space to allow the scrolly thing there on the bottom to work. So, sometimes it's challenges, whatever. Now I was going to read it on the other computer, but the other computer's decided to make these crazy noises. My laptop, I got to get another one soon. So I said, okay, I'm just going to read this off my phone. If I get a phone call, it's going to knock me off for a second.
Wow.
Whatever. Sometimes, phones act stupid because they're very sensitive.
Right.
So I'm going to read the 8 reasons out of this article, which are short, and we'll discuss some of them.
All right.
And with Nate tapping me on my shoulder, eventually within the next few minutes or 10 minutes, whatever, I might step away for a minute or two and come back. You know what I mean? My body's still waking up, even though for me it's 12:42 over here. We were up late with this show, and it was phenomenal what we did last night. And my goal is to keep so many shows going you can't keep up with good quality stuff.
Exactly.
I'm in no competition with anyone. It's just that I want to keep good content rolling. I have the time to do it more so now, and we're going to do that. And I promise that. And I have to earn and validate and earn what people share. It's I want to make you feel good about any investment, whether you share a video or like a video or even donate to the platform. I want you to feel like, man, this is good stuff.
Exactly.
And I like everything, but it's good. So anyway, the actual title, the title on the screen says 8 reasons why you can't turn a toxic relationship into a healthy one. And the actual title is very similar. 8 reasons why you can't turn a toxic relationship into a healthy partnership. So I just want to let you know that it's just not like, toxic to healthy, but a toxic relationship, really what they intended when they wrote this, into a healthy one. And this is from Madam Noor, the website, and it's in the love section. And we need to talk about these things.
Yes,
you have some people, love, no. They have some people who are just emotionally damaged, a lot of men out here especially, and women can get it too, but men, when they turn into this men going their own way, MGTOW, they catch it and they run with the resentment for a long time. Don't do that because you had a bad experience, brother. Just choose who make better choices, not just on the superficial, not just on the carnal. Look deeper into the woman and don't resist when you have feelings for a woman or a kindling of feelings that when you look at her, you say, well, she's not this type. Her dimensions. Y'all can go to the gym together. And I want to say another thing. You brothers who scrutinize so much, especially on the physical, you demand so much out of a woman until, well, if you put on 20 pounds, I'm out. But what about that big ass belly you got? You better, if you want a fantasy, you better be one.
Exactly.
Yeah. So make sure that you work on being that. Not just a fantasy just doesn't mean a six pack. You know, you might have a little ding dong and it's so small it looks like the pawn shop. You ever see the pawn shop, the little 3 balls up there, you know? You know what I mean? I heard a girl on the bus. And we're going to move forward. I had to tell this, and she just said one thing. She was talking to a girlfriend of hers, and she wasn't loud, but I got them satellite dish ears.
Bionic ears.
Oh, yeah. And you could be yelling like right in front of me, but I can still hear the whisper behind your yelling. Very selective. It's like a laser, right? And I wasn't ear hustling, but every time she got on the bus, it was always something like she said that was like so profound or funny. And she said, I wasn't mad at the brother because, his thing was so small, but his I'm gonna say it, his balls was longer than his thing. And so, it's kind of dark. So I reached down and started massaging them and moving my hand back and forth and realized I was jerking off one of his balls. I'm like, damn, I'm sorry to be so early in the morning, but
why are you sorry now? You already went there like 10 minutes ago. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's true. Oh my goodness. I'm a person, but yes, 8 reasons why you can't turn a toxic relationship into a healthy one, or a toxic relationship into a healthy or a healthy partnership, as the other one says. So I have to kind of be careful with this very sensitive phone. Like I said, my other computer was messing up. Let me read this here for a second. And this is the first point. It's kind of long here. Okay. Let's look at this here. Okay. Young women report the highest levels of emotional abuse, according to the National Center for Biotechnology Information. Some underestimate the power of emotional abuse, stating, well, at least it isn't physical. But the psychology community might argue emotional abuse has longer lasting effects than physical abuse. Women who are emotionally abused are more likely to report feeling isolation and despair, and even more likely to develop chronic illnesses than those in physically abusive relationships. Wow. That means that ultimately, emotional abuse can become a physical problem, even if no one ever lays hands on you. But isn't that something? I'm not saying be happy if you're in a physically abusive relationship, because the illnesses will come through the emotional thing. Because the fact of the matter is, and this is me talking, not the article, the fact of the matter is that you can be in a physically abusive relationship and still be emotionally abused, which there is emotional abuse when you get the physical thing, but that low brewing, constant you down, discouraging you, making you feel like you're nothing, like you can't do anything that you desire to do or have a feeling to do for yourself to bring you to a certain level, not just of monetary success or just the success of cultivating something, but to make you feel whole, because this is what you want to do. And this is why I said last night, and that's still going to be another topic, have something of your own that you cultivate that supports you with that activity, that brings you the satisfaction of achievement, so that if you do go through abuse or you do break up with someone, your whole world is not snatched away. Right. And I ain't going to rant on that. We'll just move to the next paragraph. I just had to say that. If you are in an emotionally abusive relationship, you may have come to call it something a little more trendy, something that sounds a little lighter, toxic. It's a popular word used to describe what are ultimately emotionally abusive relationships. Toxic relationships are still not to be taken lightly. If you've been in a toxic relationship for a while, you'll likely reach the point of delusion that a lot of toxic couples do. We can fix this point. They want to go to therapy, individual and couples. They think that they can both enter love and sex anonymous groups to get into meditation. They think that they can make this toxic relationship healthy while in it. But here's why that doesn't work. You need a new foundation. If this is a truly toxic relationship, the kind where you've yelled at each other, called each other nasty names, slammed doors, thrown plates, and broken up, gotten back together 100 times, the foundation is crumbling. Actually, there is no foundation. Some couples have many happy years together and hit a rough patch, but the long, healthy years before provided a foundation.
Right.
They can make it through the rough patch because they had that foundation. Toxic couples are often fighting from day one. The relationship is built on toxic, abusive behaviors.
Right.
Foundation is everything. And a relationship can't survive on one that's built on name calling, yelling, and overall abuse. That would be like trying to build a house on an active earthquake. Wow. Think about that part.
Right.
Before I ran to the next one. But if you have anything to say about that.
Keep going.
Okay.
Wait, say it again.
What that was about, or?
No.
When you said keep going. Oh, to the next part.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
When toxic couples decide to try to be better, the idea behind it might be that they're going to try to heal their wounds.
Right.
There can be all sorts of wounds that make someone attracted to a toxic relationship. BMC Public Health reports that negative childhood experiences correlate with unhealthy adult relationships. The number of ways one can have negative childhood experiences and how those manifest in adulthood are limitless. Wow. Like different locks that need different combinations. Like the vast amount of snowflakes that no two snowflakes are alike. We can't see it, but imagine that. When all those snowflakes all over the world and no two look alike. Limitless. How many grains of sand are on the beach? It's a limited amount. But we'll never know, because who's going to count grains of sand on the beach and all over the world? It ain't going to happen.
Exactly.
Most importantly, that trauma takes a long time to truly heal. It can take years of consistent therapy. Toxic couples often think, we'll each go into therapy and we'll be good in a couple of months. The patience for the real time this healing will take is typically not there. And remember, and I have to always differentiate, like, okay, that's the article, but this is me talking. So yeah, I don't really want to confuse anybody.
Right.
So maybe my opinion that may not resonate with a person, but look how many variables there are. And when you really look at it, I don't want to sound negative, but can we really be truly ready for a relationship if we're really, really that much in the hole from a trauma that can possibly last 10 lifetimes? Let's just say 100 years is the goal, and many make it and some don't. But let's say we live to 100 years.
Right.
And we have 10 lifetimes. In the first lifetime, or the first few decades in our life, we received the trauma. But there's no more trauma. Let's say, okay, 10 lifetimes, 100 years, 1,000 years. Let's say we lived 1,000 years. But you only received the trauma in the first 30 or 35 or 40 years in your life. But let's just say the first 25 years you received, and I'm speaking to the women because the men are in there too, but the physical abuse, the sexual violations, the put downs from parents that may not have been nurturing, the cold, emotionally unavailable family you may have grown up in. I'm saying this to anybody in particular. I'm just throwing it all. Imagine you had every type of thing going on just for the first 25 years of your life. This is my opinion and my perspective. It may take 500 years to get over that bad boy.
Yeah.
But now you want a relationship and you know that there's things that went on, but maybe you're not willing to acknowledge it. So if you don't acknowledge there's some cleaning up that needs to be done, not that it's your fault from what happened, but at least take a few years on a light, because we'll end up, and this is me, I'm telling you, you'll end up leapfrogging from one situation to the other, And you'll be worn out by the time you meet that one. You might meet that one earlier on, but not be able to see it because there's so much crust and matter in your emotional eyes that you can't see who this person is. What happens if you'll be ready for this relationship when you're 47 years old? You don't know that. It feels like forever when there's 1 year going by. Not with somebody because we still crave companionship.
Right.
So why can't we even say, let's take a milder approach as an adult?
Right.
Just say, listen, I've been through some stuff. And I don't know how long it's going to take me to heal.
Right.
Before we say, oh, I'm yours and you're mine, and we're going to, you got things too. Why can't we just be companions to each other?
Right.
Of course, let's hold hands. We could be romantic. Let's be careful with this powerful thing called sex. You got things to work on. I got things to work on. But I know I'm interested in you because I see the good in you. But you do have things when you admit it. Let's both put everything on the table and say, this is what it is. Are you willing to work with me on this? Do you think I have enough value in your eyes that you can not just help me because you got your own thing, but let's put it all together in one pool and let's work on it together, knowing that we are committed on that level without the pressure, as opposed to jumping into something. And there's no dialogue this way.
Right.
6 months later, y'all just don't call each other no more. 2 days later, you just don't know. Be realistic about it. This is a project. You don't build a house by sitting down with people. What kind of house do you want? Okay, I'll give me the money. I'll get the material. No, you have to have a plan.
Exactly.
And methodically work through it, especially when in this world, as Black people, copper-colored people, melanated people, stolen Africans, whatever, pick one. But we are that, right? If you want to say that, whatever, fine. But we catch more hell in a society where with banks that don't want to give loans, even though our credit is excellent. You go to the park and you take a run and the cops run after you. Some Becky done called on you. Suspicious person. You know, you're supposed to get this promotion on the job and you're not overqualified because they use it against you, but there's nobody better for you for that position. And they give it to a neophyte, to somebody who moved in from out of state, who don't look like you, or a coon who kind of looks like you, but they can control them. They can listen to you.
Right.
So we got the external things that all other people have, and then we got things that are unique to us. Not that other people don't have trauma, but we got it double, triple, quadruple. Acknowledge that. And if you don't have it that bad, don't embrace that. If you're in a good place, embrace that and help others around you. Be that light. You know what I mean? Sorry to go off. I'm going off kind of moves.
No,
today.
that's fine. No, you're saying a whole lot, and I'm just reading the chat. Actually, I kind of zoned away because I was looking for the article on my phone, but I was hearing you. You know, it's not like I wasn't hearing you, but I was hearing you. I was just looking for the article. You know, and these are going to be our topics that we kind of, delve into as we do our morning shows. So if anybody's coming on and, thinking, well, every day they got to be talking about relationships. Well, because we're all in some kind of relationship in one way or another. And many of us are struggling in those relationships and wondering if there's any future in the relationship. Is it salvageable? What are we holding on to? Why are we still in it? And that's what we need to be asking ourselves, and Tammy just made a good comment that if the person that you're with, whether it's male or female, if they're willing to deal and conquer your issues with you, that's a key thing there. Are they willing to be that way? And sometimes we mess up and the next partner, they're only focused on why did you mess up? How did you mess up? Tell me where you messed up. Give the details of blah 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 blah. Sometimes you're triggered to mess up. Let's recognize that. Sometimes things happen, and if you're a reactionary person, you're gonna do things. How do you come back from that? You know, sometimes people say that there is no coming back. Well, there can be a comeback
Yeah.
if your partner is willing to talk to you, deal with you in a manner. It sometimes it's an uncomfortable conversation, but don't
Mm-hmm.
make it any more uncomfortable for the person.
Mm-hmm.
You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? And that's a big issue right there. A lot of times we as partners, once again, not man or woman, but both of us,
Mm-hmm.
depending on who's hurt, the level of hurt, we
Mm-hmm.
make communication
Mm-hmm.
uncomfortable. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying?
Of
And
course.
a lot of times the injured party don't recognize that they created the injury.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Um,
Right.
they don't realize that had it not been for XYZ, you know, then, or ABC rather, then XYZ
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't have happened. You know what I mean? And it may not, conversation may not happen in the way that you want it to happen, but as long as you're having a conversation, that should be one of the most important things, because ultimately you will get to that place where you'll have the kind of conversation that you want, you know. And another thing, name
Mm-hmm.
calling, name calling, because that's a big turn off for me, you know. It's when you're trying to have a conversation and not so much derogatory name calling, because I've really never experienced that. You know, no, nobody's ever called me anything out of my name, but it's just an attitude. You know, it's a way of saying and doing things that it just turns me off
Right. Right.
completely,
Right.
because I feel like you're not really listening to come to an understanding. You're listening to see where I screwed up, or where you can say, aha,
Great.
you
Great point.
know,
Yeah. Yeah.
you
So
know
you know
what I
you're being
mean?
scrutinized.
Exactly. And so, you know, when you want good, open, honest, conversation, when you want good, open dialogue, listen, man, be willing to sit there and listen to the painful stuff. You know, be willing to sit there and listen to it and then pass no judgment. That's
Yes.
key.
Yes. Yes. It's funny here. I just wanted to say, I want to throw in there. Amir had said, sometimes lust demons that come from social media cause toxic relationships. Just my opinion. Okay. I agree, and I'm not going to say I disagree. But if like when you say cause toxic, it can cause things to happen if you have the door open for that to happen. You know what I mean?
Mhm, mhm.
But if you have something that's balanced and stable and loving, if one doesn't have one's guard up and they get into that, they get into the Instagram pictures and all that stuff and what's put out there, because we have men and women who are going to work very hard to be appealing to the eye,
Mhm.
and you're human. You know, you're
Right.
not dead, but you're not looking. You're not. But it's a very powerful thing. You're right. But that alone, if you got your head on right, that may have some type of gravitational pull on you as an individual, depending on your strengths and weaknesses and past weaknesses and stuff. But nothing from the outside is going to get you if you really focus on and really have a strong foundation. Now, if you're early on in your development, and just not look, me, I'm glad. I'm glad there was no Instagram when I was 20 years old. I'm glad. No, and it worked both ways, because the body I had, I would have been putting pictures up. I would have seen something. I wouldn't be
Mm,
alive. Like I
mm,
say, I'm glad that I didn't come to the motherland at 20 years old.
mhm, mhm,
When you look at the physiques of the women here, you see them, you're like, oh
mm.
man. Now, I'm not out here doing that, but I see. I ain't looking, but I can't help but see.
Right.
I'd have to have a mountain and tribes up in that bad boy.
Mm,
That's not my goal. I'm just saying it would be bad. So
mm.
me at that age, intellectual enough to understand right from wrong and all this stuff, I would have fallen.
Right.
I ain't gonna fall at 58.
Right.
I'm not gonna fall. People are, well, that's kind of cocky. You can. It ain't gonna be that, because I know that so well. I know one thing. There are people who have had issues with cocaine. I don't do drugs. I have no desire for drugs. I was raised in a way to enjoy life as it is, the simplest, the sunlight, the sun on you in the morning time, and the breeze, and a good meal, a good night's sleep. Nah, it ain't gonna be that. It ain't gonna be, oh, you know, Lance turned alcoholic, man. It ain't gonna be that. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say it's not gonna be anything. And if it was something, it would be the woman thing. Oh, you see, we got the work going on here now. Now that is just too loud because that's like right.
Oh, wow.
That is too loud.
Do you have a window open?
Yeah, it's closed.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean?
Okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah, these guys got to get stuff done, but it's like they know when I do my thing, like I say, listen, stop, wait a little while, whatever. Things got to be done on the timetable. So if they find themselves like right near me through a wall, you don't hear anything. It's like, wow. But that's what's going to be happening. If you can still hear me.
Well, we can hear you. We can look past that. That's no big deal.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Yeah. But it's like, you know, I have a little talk with these guys. But okay. Yeah. And the pictures would have been robbed, right? But yeah, let me get on to the next part. But yeah, great points made. But what knocks me out may not knock you out. You might be stronger than me. And it's not just the one thing. Like, and when we say lust demons, we don't mean just like some ugly looking, it's an energy. You know what I mean? It's a certain type of energy, and that's just what it is. Now I'm going to attempt to read and get closer to my kid. Can you hear me talking? Of course
we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. You know, I get real determined. I'm going to power through this thing and pay that no mind and shut that out.
Exactly.
Real personal work can't be rushed. Trying to heal deep, long-standing wounds for the sake of another person can be problematic too. There can't be pressure around the timeline of this healing. The pressure of, I have to get better soon so my relationship can function, or I need to fix myself quickly so my partner stays. Does not create a proper environment for healing. Healing has to be done for you on your timeline. Sensing that a clock is ticking and that if you don't heal fast enough to keep a partner will affect you. A good therapist won't give into pressures to fix you fast so you can save your relationship. It doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way.
That's right.
You know, and I think that's the time we're in. I think maybe decades ago, before we got into the text message, cell phone, smartphone, microwave society, everything is instant. Go on social media. Oh, she looked good. I want to get with her. Let's make this work. It don't work that way. We want everything too quick. You know, live your life with a person that has the characteristics that you can work with. You don't go to the place where you get building materials and choose the building materials because, that particular cinder block has a pretty color to it. What are the characteristics of it? Why is it that color? You know, what is it made for? You see what I mean?
Right.
So you just can't build something just off the superficial. There's got to be a reason. You got to see what's inside the person. You have to look past the physical. Let's go deep now. I see you. You're beautiful. Even if the world doesn't say you are, I'm looking for the beauty inside of you and the strength and the resiliency and the characteristics that will enable us to go through rough times over the long haul. You see what I mean?
Right.
That's the way that has to be. So let's read on to the next part. Some acts cannot be forgiven. There are some things that go on in toxic relationships that can be impossible to overcome. Infidelity, stealing, sabotage. If you or your partner did things in a relationship that had long-lasting and devastating effects on the other's life, such as their finances, career, family, health, or home, that is very hard to leave in the past. You may want to leave it in the past, but the consequences might be very much in the present and long-lasting. For example, if during a fight, you did something to sabotage your partner's employment that got him fired, and now he's unemployed, unable to find new work, the effects of that will follow you both every day. The reminders of what you did or he did will be constantly in your faces. He may struggle to pay rent. He may have to give up his car. There's a butterfly effect of the old abuse.
That's right.
You see what I mean? But many of us don't think about those things.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? We
That's true.
we get angry and do things and don't, you know, I mean, it is what it is. It's not much I can, but long-term consequences, we don't think about that, you know?
Right. That's true. Mm-hmm. Live videos and looking at the comments. Okay. Mm-hmm. Are you there, Brother Lance? Oh God, I wonder if his phone got too hot. Okay. Let me piggyback on that last little bit that he read. Um, some things cannot be forgiven. Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. He's coming back, guys. Whatever happened, he just sent me a text message. He said that he's coming back. So, oh, hold on. Let me just see. No problem. No problem. Can y'all hear my phone? My phone going off? Oh God. Okay. So, um, yeah, some things cannot be or going to be very hard to be forgiven. I know they put, and I have to go back. You know, some of the things that when we get angry, we do certain things. I know someone who actually did mess up somebody's employment, by doing certain things because they got angry. And once that act is done, it can never be undone, because now you have the ripple effect. It just gets wider and wider and wider. And, you have to live with that. How do you cause somebody to lose their job and now y'all are struggling? Where's the love gonna come from to fix that? You know what I'm saying? There is no amount of love in the world that can help you to go through that, because every day that you get up and you're faced with the challenges of life that once you were able to handle and now you can't, um, you're going to be looking at that person. You're going to be blaming that person. You're going to be bitter, So that's why we have to be very careful of our reactions when we're in relationships and when things are not going the way we think they should go. Um, they talk about infidelity, stealing, sabotage. Um, Look at what Brother Lance spoke about last night, because his partner at the time wasn't was upset with him wanting to step away from certain lifestyles. Um, how would you come back from that? You see, those are the mistakes that we make when he walks in and he sees what he sees, you know, there is no coming back. There's absolutely no coming back from that, because your mind will not allow you to unsee what you've already seen, you know? So, once again, we have to be careful. We have to be so careful. Do not be a reactionary person. Now, if you take action, if you're the first one to go out there and do something, then it's like when it comes time to pay the piper, you have to pay the piper. And if the piper means that you lose that relationship, then hopefully it's a learning curve for you. It's a learning experience for you, because you may have lost a good thing, you know. So hopefully you learn from it. Um, if it's done to you, and here's another thing I'm going to say to us women. When stuff happens, you know, don't try to hold on to an individual because you just love them so much that you're going to overlook anything. Don't do it. Don't do it, because you're going to be miserable and unhappy, and you're probably going to do something that you might regret, later on. You understand? Um, so if it's a situation that you need to leave, figure out a way to leave. And if you leave, don't come back. Don't go back. Because you go back, if you can't communicate and you can't fix it, you're going to be miserable all over again. All over again. I don't know where Brother Lance is right now. I'm sure he's hearing us, but he hasn't come back into the chat room. You're right, Synovia. Sometimes we become obsessed with the other partner because of let me see. Sometimes people become obsessed with the other partner because of their insecurities. It is normal to have insecurities, but within reason. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, we read a chapter in this book that we read from last night, The Laws of Human Nature, and it talks about losing yourself in someone. You know, sometimes you can become so intoxicated. Hold on, hold on. Okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second, guys. Let me just do this. Hold on a second, guys. If I forget what I'm about to say, somebody please just remind me, because I'm just doing something real quick. Um, okay. Let me just tell him something. I put it in the chat. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna put you on mute for a second. All right, I'm back. Okay, class is in session. Can anybody tell me what I was just about to say? Okay, I know what I was about to say. Um, there is what I was about to say. Yes, sometimes, we are so intoxicated with that individual that we lose ourselves. We just get into them. It's like what we think what we think is love, you know, causes us, and it could be just an overwhelming sense of infatuation that we haven't allowed ourselves to process yet, and so because we're so infatuated with this person, we just we just absorb them. Are you there, Brother Lance?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. you
That
know
power was knocked out. Some
oh,
of you,
really?
so yeah, 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 yeah,
Okay, all
yeah.
right.
So
I
I'm
don't
mobile.
know.
I got
Okay, because I'm hearing something.
yeah, yeah. You're hearing some of the knocking, but I'm gonna take a walk and go down the road and whatnot. So I'm setting up to do that. So that'll work.
Okay, all right.
Myself while you're talking, I'll mute myself. So that'll be good.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Yeah, and even when we've passed the infatuation phase, no brain fart, Eric. Even when we've passed the infatuation stage and we know that we really care about this person, like Brother Lance was just saying before, always have keep a little piece of yourself for yourself. You don't want to, you're not supposed to be in a quote unquote 50-50 relationship. I would say be in a 90-90 relationship. You understand? Be in a 90-90 relationship because you want to keep that 10% because, like we said, 10% of something is better than nothing at all, right? So when you have that 10% left over and God forbid something happens, Yeah, you're going to be devastated. Yeah, it's going to take a while to heal. But guess what? You will still be able to find yourself because you have that 10% left that you can now build from and build yourself back up, as opposed to pouring your entire self into that relationship or that person. And then when it doesn't work, you find yourself flat on your ass, on the floor, on your or on your face, on the floor, and you don't know how to get back up from there. Okay? And then if somebody has to come and pick you up, what do you think is going to happen if somebody else has to come and pick you up? You're going to be so grateful that they picked you up that you're going to find yourself right back in that same shit again because you're going to be giving all of yourself to that individual because they helped you to get back on your feet. Get back on your own damn feet. Okay? Get back on your own damn feet so that you can see where you made your mistake. You can have a vision. You have enough eyesight left, mental, emotional eyesight, so that you can see where you made your error and you can correct those errors. You understand? That's what we have to do. That's how we have to do. Don't give yourself away 100%. You know. And where's Brother Lance? Because he knows I'm not a talker.
Well, I'm here. The power came back on, but I'm going to stay on connected to the phone, and that's what I'll do from now on, just in case those things happen. I'll just come in through the phone,
Right.
let it sit there, and come in the regular way
See,
so we can.
for me, this is partnership. I talk, you talk. You talk, I talk. Not me talk all the time or you talk.
Well, you know I have no problem talking, so
I know you don't.
you pick a time. You want me to stop at 3 or 4 or talk till midnight? You know, you might want to take some money on that and dare me that I will make sense and talk the whole time. There won't even be a topic because I'll
It's hard to hear you, Brother Lance. It's hard to hear you.
okay. Well, I'm going to come back on through the computer and mute myself this way.
Okay.
I got to put myself close to this mic. But those are the things you got to go through. Things happen.
I
Construction.
know. I know.
That's what happens. So
Yeah.
because the computer got cut off, like it didn't turn off properly. You know,
Yeah,
sometimes.
because that phone has a lot of static in it when we're talking
Yeah,
from the phone.
yeah. For some, I don't understand why. You know, it shouldn't be this way. But you know, we're gonna get another phone soon. So you
Right.
know, this one here really looks like wow. You know what happened to this? So here I am coming back on. You'll see
All
me
right.
pop
All
in a
right.
second, and I'll just mute this and where you don't hear the sound.
Okay.
Okay. You know, so we'll make sure. See, you see me.
Oh, you're back?
Yeah, I'm coming
Oh,
in now.
here. Okay. You don't need me to let you in, do you?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm
All
right
right.
back in. So
All right.
I'm gonna mute this phone.
All right. Okay. Beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. Just in case any mishaps happen, I got the backup. And I'll do that every show. So there's no
Right.
surprises. It may just take a second, but I'll also keep it charged also. So you can hear me loud and clear, correct?
Perfect. Beautiful. Yes. Yes, indeed.
Good.
We can
I'm
hear
going to
you.
go back to that article, but I'm going to go back to it on the computer.
Okay.
And, you know, that way I can read it on a different page and
Mm-hmm.
you know, and so on and so forth. So just
Right.
give me 30 seconds to get back there, maybe a minute or whatever, and to pick up from where I
Mm-hmm.
left off. You know, so hey,
Right.
look,
Thank you. Thank you.
we,
Mm-hmm.
we have a relationship with our family here who's on the show.
Mm-hmm.
We have our own relationship,
Mm-hmm.
and we just had to deal with a stumbling block of me getting cut off from the show.
Right.
You know, so with patience
Exactly.
and really to work with each other and understanding, look, you know, we're right back on point. Now the power might go out again. I don't know. It might be something else. The roof might cave in. We don't want that
Stop
to happen.
it.
I'm just
Stop
saying,
it.
you know, you know, theoretically, you know, I'm not calling that down on myself. I'm just saying that, you know, things happen in life
Yes.
and we have
Okay.
to be prepared for it, even if we don't acknowledge by saying the words. You take out that
Yes.
insurance,
Yeah.
you know. So the other one is some acts
Yeah.
cannot be forgotten.
Right. Right. Right.
Did you read that already? Or
No. You're just on you're on the next section of some acts cannot be forgiven. where
Okay. Yeah.
there are also
That's-
all of the small toxic acts. That's where you are now.
Okay. Okay. And the next one is some acts cannot be forgotten. That's really
Forgotten,
a
right?
short
Mm-hmm.
one. But there are also all of the small toxic acts that go on in these types of relationships that are hard to forget. There may have been years of scorekeeping.
Mm-hmm.
You see, I never thought of it that way, but people keep the scores, right?
Yes.
Revenge, spying on each other, lying to each other, and betraying each other. You can both say you'd like to wipe the slate clean, but you'll always have that knee-jerk reaction when your partner does anything that resembles the old behavior. If there was infidelity, you may freak out when he simply takes a phone call in another room. If you withheld sex as a power move, he may think you're doing that again on the nights you're genuinely not in the mood. It's hard to just forget years of unhealthy behavior. And that speaks for itself. But the thing that leaped out at me and is highlighted in pink, there may have been years of scorekeeping.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I never really hear too many people address that aspect of the relationship.
Right.
Scorekeeping.
Right.
He keeps a score and you keep a score.
Right.
And then when you do something that resembles a violation to a hurt in the past that you did to him or he did to you, you whip out the whole score. See, you did this back in
I did that.
1999 or whatever,
I did that. I'm not gonna lie. I did
Yeah,
that.
but I mean, it's maturity to admit that, but
Yeah.
that's a baggage that we walk around with.
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that something?
Mm-hmm.
That's the baggage that we walk around with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And when I had that monumental, tragic situation happen to me where it was, when I told you the details of the story, it had you laughing, then it had you crying, had you like, how can one person live through this? And
Yeah.
the story there, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That I told you. And I think I did tell it. I'm not going to tell it now. That'll be on some Patreon show or something, right? It's like,
Right.
he has more. But when that happened, I became the poster boy for something.
Mm-hmm.
And every woman had a strong reaction that knew me in my circle that even spilled over into the workplace because that guy right there.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Right. Right. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what held me together.
I don't know
You
either.
know, atmospheres. But
I
even that one
don't know.
episode of a tragedy, of a challenge, would have really brought most men down to their knees and just would have went crazy. Just would have. And I'm not saying because I am so strong, I prevailed. No. I was on the edge. I was on the edge.
The edge of madness.
The edge of madness. Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Yes,
Oh,
you
man.
were. Yes, you were.
And when we think about the whole scorekeeping thing, are we keeping scores?
Mm-hmm.
That's like eating a meal and not letting it go. You have to let the meal go that you ate early, that you enjoyed, so you don't make yourself toxic. The very thing that was good for you can now make you toxic.
Right.
I'm not saying something that happened, but learn from it and move on and let it go.
Right.
You can't forget it, but let it go. Really, really, really have a discussion with your mate. Like we just said in the article, you may freak out when he simply takes a phone call in another room.
Right.
Now, you might be in a new relationship and freak out in the new guy, if you're a woman, or the new woman, if you're a guy. What about me? What about my guy? Look, we're talking, but they don't know why.
Exactly.
And even if you're still with the same guy who may have done something and now you freak out, talk to him about it.
Keep living like that.
Talk to him about that. When you were that little kid in the shoe store and your folks were like, okay, how does it feel? It didn't mean that you couldn't say, it feels too tight. It's okay. And now you don't feel good at all because you got new shoes that don't fit.
Right.
There's an adjustment period. Talk to the person. Say, listen, I'm not trying to micromanage you, but I'm still having some residue that's left over. I'm still having flashbacks. I don't want you to walk on pins and needles by me saying this, but you don't you're not doing this on purpose, or I hope you're not, but you're not doing this on purpose. But by you going into the next room to take the call, made me feel like you had something to hide.
Exactly.
And I'm not holding it against you in the past. I'm trying to come out of this, but this is where I am. Right. Nurture me a little bit, please. I need your help. It does bother me. It brings me back there.
Brother Lance, I'm so glad you're saying it like that, because how many people, like realistically speaking, and it's good that you're saying it that way, because you're giving people examples of how to communicate. But how many of us really and truly speak that way to our partners?
Most may not. Most may not. But,
really, that's true.
If nobody knows anything or they know nothing about me, I'm a communicator. I'm going to talk. I'll pull back when I need to, but you're going to know how I feel. But also in expressing that, I'm not going to speak at the wrong time. That's right. There's timing with certain things that we have to do. We can't just say it at that moment. Right. You might be on a business call. You can't run behind him and get mad now, because explain to him. Sometimes you have to hold it until the appropriate time. Right. But then I have to also say there are some in relationships, and we're not demonizing the man, but in this situation, in the article, we see the woman, we see the man, and we're saying it that way. I'm not going to tell it twice to say, okay, now we're going to say the same situation about the woman and the man, and the flip, situation.
Understand that we're speaking about both parties when we.
Yeah, always. Right. Yeah, right. Always. It may be a little unique because it is a male-female thing, where there's certain things you can, the man's not going to say, I really kind of freaked out because I'm really bleeding heavily this month. You know what I mean? He's not going to say it like that. and the emotions and the hormones being off, so we tailor it according to, but always communicate, because it'll make you feel good and you let them know what the deal was, but do it in a gentle way. Yeah. You will feel really emotional about something that trips you off, or he may have held. You might be in the car waiting for him. You're on the phone. You're on a phone call. Legit and everything. He's not paying you no mind that way. Right. But he goes into a boutique, a woman's boutique, to pick up something that you ordered or some surprise he has for you, and you see him through the glass door and the windows, and he's cheesing with the sexy woman who evidently works there. Wait a second, he's come here to purchase this thing. How long did he really stay in here? Well, he knows her because he bought something for me there, but she's cheesing too much, like he done told us something. Anything can get us in freak out mode. True. If we've been done bad in the past, and I don't mean freak out mode where this is a new guy and why are you cheesing with her? Come to find out, if she did freak out, she didn't realize that was his cousin. You see what I mean? Exactly. So the cheesing came from them talking about when they grew up together and something funny happened. But I mean, she's going to know if it's the cousin. Possibly. Maybe she don't know. Maybe this person started working and they say, oh, cuz, you work here. Oh, man. And he's coming out now to bring you in to meet the cousin. Right. And so when she comes to the door and he turns around and turns his back and said, oh, he's being brazen with it. Not only did he strap into her, he's flirting with her. See? Let it play out. You might save yourself some embarrassment. And then still don't hold it in. Don't get mad, but let him know, listen, I got a lot of work to do with myself. And he said, well, what do you mean, honey? When I saw you in there talking to her, I had all kind of things in my head. See, it's better doing it that way than freaking out and having to explain your way afterward. True. After an embarrassing situation that you put him through, and his cousin, who might be a gossip. She might be a nice one. Oh, that Billy got a crazy woman. Yeah, I don't think you should invite her to the party. Right. She will raise hell. Right. It's a domino effect, and other people get it and looking at you like you nuts. You're not nuts. You just didn't handle the situation properly. And we could flip that for the men. We can make up scenarios, but it goes both ways. Exactly. So explain, even when you avoided a disaster, let him know where it took you. Let him know, sweetheart, I'm not there yet. he will still love you and he'll appreciate that. And if he has a connection to you, he's going to scrutinize his movements on how it looks instead of working on pins and needles where you scream at him and yell at him. And then after the fact, you got to do damage control.
Right.
So when you feel the righteous insecurities, meaning that righteous and insecure, what do you mean by that? There's nothing righteous about insecurities. There are proper insecurities when you have been through situations that now it becomes a thing for you after going through this stuff, but you got to explain why.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he doesn't take that and process it and alter certain things because, we need to deal with this and I'm in it with you. I don't want to do anything that's going to freak you out as you heal. As long as you're constantly being brought into a place of healing.
Right.
It's supposed to help you, but you're also supposed to tell him where you need the healing by the instances of where those righteous insecurities pop up.
Exactly.
And the more and more you prove to her and say, listen, I applaud you, honey. You told me. It doesn't mean you're weak. I know what I did in the past to make you feel this way. And this is my way of making it up to you. But please let me know because I love you so much and you mean so much to me. And it's your mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical health that must be handled with the utmost of care.
Right.
I really love you. Let's do this together because I've committed to you. And I want to make sure you feel good all throughout the day. We walk through the mall. Don't think I'm looking at everybody. I see everybody. Mm-hmm. I might see a woman who has on a dress that may look favorable on you. I'm not just going to look and not say anything now that I know this is how or what you go through. I'm going to point it out. Sweetheart, look at that dress. I think that would look so nice on you. And you don't always say, I'm not looking at the woman, because you keep saying that looks guilty too. Exactly. Well, I ain't looking at that woman over there with the double D's that are pushed up under her neck, but that blouse looks good. Well, why'd you have to say it like that? I'm not looking at that chick with a nice rounded derriere that has no waistline, but I think those jeans would fit good on you. It's how we communicate things.
That's right.
And sometimes, brother, you got to do little things on purpose to help the healing. Sometimes when you're by yourself, and I'm going back to the mall thing, and you might be looking for something to purchase for her. And it might be a pretty young thing and then a pretty old thing, whatever. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No pretty man thing. We will be a woman. Have a conversation with her. Speak about your wife, your girlfriend, whatever you fall under, it's a committed relationship. Speak about her and say, do you have this? Do you have that? Because, she kind of likes these colors and so and so and so and so. And even the woman who's there, unless she's trying to get with you or something like that, she ain't want to hear that then. But she's like, man, he really loves it. Wow. Right. And so when you go in depth and have a conversation with this woman, she knows you ain't hitting on her because you're talking about your wife, your woman, your mate.
Exactly.
You get 20 or 30 minutes talking, kicking it, looking at different things, getting help. Well, what do you think these two, you may not even be looking at, but when you come back in that mall, you go back up in that place and you bring her in and the girl might smile at you, but she's there now.
Right.
And so she may feel a tinge of insecurity. But hopefully that woman will follow through and say the right thing and say, you know what? He came in here and he was desperately looking for something for you.
Right.
You have to say, she may not say that. You might have to put a little thing in the air. Listen, we went through something, and just let her know from a woman's point of view that when I was out here, even if you have to say it, it's a setup, but it's a healthy setup. Mm-hmm. And she tells you working there how all he did was talk about his woman. Do you know how that's going to make that woman feel? Especially if that woman who was in the store appears to be able to create lots of lust in men.
Right.
It ain't no granny saying that because he ain't going to feel it right. Really, that's what it is. There's the granny in there that's like the typical, because black women don't turn to be grannies. They still got some little shape on them. And I can see, Granny, when you were young, boy, you had it going on. You still got it going on for your age group, right? But go with the one who has that look. You know what I mean? Do little things like that proactively so that it builds her up. You know, it builds her up. And you're doing that long ahead of time.
Right. Exactly. Hi, Julia. How you doing?
Right. Julia. We got to get going, Julia, this week. You know what I mean? You called me, I didn't get a chance to respond. We got to do it. I've been running hard. We're going to do it in the next few days. And I definitely have to call you. So don't think that, because I've been keeping some weird hours, like waking up late and going to bed late. So that's what it is. But yeah, anything that can facilitate the healing.
Yes.
That's what you have to do. And it doesn't have to be where you have to be told that. You know, you should study the person you're with. You should look for, maybe it's not there, but look for the things that make them feel a little vulnerable. You know, it may be a situation like, say, for example, where you both are retired, or just newly retired, and now you have all the money. And she's not making an income because she's retired, but her particular job gave her a lump sum. And it may look like it's going to run down or whatever. Say, no, let's put that in the bank and incubate that.
Right.
You keep that. That's yours. And what I have is ours. See? And do what you need to do to make her feel a certain way. You might be with somebody who, usually we have unique situations that we may not have been schooled on, because when we were younger, it's like, well, you get married after going to college, and you get married and get this big, nice house with the white picket fence and a 2-point whatever, so many cars. It don't work like that, y'all. It don't work like that. Now, maybe some had it that way. There are some. But it doesn't mean they're happy. You have the car, you have the house, you have the education, a good job, you have a perfect life. No, you don't. There's always going to be challenges. But say, for example, you get with a man, and he's the one who bought the house before you even met.
Right.
And so you don't really feel too like, you're not trying to take nothing from the man, but you know, don't get in an argument and tell the sister, well, you know, this is my house. Come on, man, that's wrong.
Exactly.
Don't do that.
Exactly.
You make her know that this is yours too. Not just by saying it, but after a time. I'm sorry. If you're really into that woman, and she has proven to you over a time, I said, well, she proved to me, man. She gave me great sex after 2 weeks. I'm putting her name on the house.
Yeah,
but after
you're
time,
a damn fool.
Exactly. That's a stupid move. But after a time, you know, your heart is saturated with enough confidence in what you have. You put her name on that house, man. You put her name on that house. If she really is that to you, if you feel like there's something that won't allow you to do that, talk to her about it. Just be upfront. I've been through something. I did this before, and it really made me feel like, you know, and I was taken for a ride, and it took me almost 20 years to build myself back up to this point again. Listen, I'm going to do this, but let's wait to this amount of time. Until the meantime, I'm doing everything to secure you and make you feel a certain way. Just can't give that up right away. Where the next guy may have done it after a year, it may take me 5 years. Because at this age, for me to fall down, not that I'm doubting you, but that's my pet peeve. Explain it. But most of us are afraid to even go back into that zone where we had to deal with pain and break it. We just shove it away and don't ever want to go back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
These are things we got to talk about. You know what I mean?
I agree.
You can't do that right away. Make her the beneficiary of everything you have. Even if you're not married, that's your woman, man. If she is worthy, not just some old whatever you just met down the road who can do something good to you in the middle of the night, make your toes curl, that don't count. Same thing for the man coming into the woman's life. You worked hard for what you have. A just, righteous man, if you met him and you were damn near in a mini mansion
Mm-hmm.
And he's renting a room on the rough side of town. He ain't pushing to say, baby, where am I going to move in? Nah, man, you shouldn't be coming at me like that. Let it develop and take time. Show me that you're into me and not what I have. Now, he might go around, man, that trick, man, she hard to get to. Then if you get mad at that, you got the wrong intentions. Now, I'm not expecting you to be up in that room 10 years, 5 years. You know, it depends. Your age group and your maturity, because you know what, you can discern at a certain age. You can know what's going on. And maybe you might not want him to know what you have at that particular point. You might tell him, yeah, here come the noise. I hope they don't go through no electrical line and knock it down. But I got the phone right there anyway, right?
Hide it, ladies, hide it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. No,
you have to. There are too many sharks out here. There's too many sharks out here.
Hide it.
No, and you can bring them there. And you can tell them that you're renting part of the place.
Yes.
You can have your girlfriend come over, or your uncle who's a little older, or your cousin come by to collect rent.
Somebody did that. Somebody did that.
There are ways of doing it.
And for years, the guy didn't realize that she owned the house.
Right. But keep them bills away because, mortgage, her name on it, but vet them. Like the guy who goes to the club with the beat up car. Car so beat up, the coat hanger is holding up the front bumper. He tuned it up. It's a hoopty. So he's having the black smoke come out. He's dressed nice. And he may say, you want to go to the expensive diner. He's going to go to the one that's a little cheaper.
Right.
Bad food in you, Or you might make a comment.
He wants to see how you roll.
Exactly. And you know what? It's a shame that we all can't be transparent with our intentions.
I know.
That we just can't be upfront. But we have to do these things because not everybody is transparent.
That's true.
And it's not a game. You're protecting yourself. There's very few people that you can be completely open with and it just flows. But just be very careful how they see you. We have to be careful how we appear. We may not have that in our heart, but we appear that way.
Yeah, that's true.
I know a woman who she was about maybe 55, 50, whatever have you. And I'll say it the way they say it in the street, banging body. I didn't say it like that. I didn't think. I said, okay, she keeps herself up. I always throw the physique word to let you know how I see a person, especially a woman. I don't talk like that.
Right.
If I'm telling a joke, I might tell it, but I don't talk like that. Me being an ex-personal trainer, I see women's physiques, men's physiques. It's a physique thing, not a booty thing. But she would be doing work in her yard. And what's the movie Friday where they had the woman who was out there and the guy, right? And it was like that's how she came off. But she dressed comfortable. She didn't wear nothing revealing. But of course, if she had on some shorts that were not loose, she wasn't thinking about the shape she had. She always had that shape. So when she's pulling up weeds and bending over and squatting and you see the cleavage a little bit, or you see her bending down, car starts slowing down. Damn, that girl looking for some attention. Let me go on over there and give it to her. And she looking at us like you crazy when you park the car. Hey, baby, I'll never see you out here with no man. Can I ask you something? You married? Why are you coming to me like that? You ain't going to nobody else like that in the block. Look, like I said before, and men can be so stupid sometimes. Just because you have a blouse on and your nipples are obviously hard doesn't mean you're horny. It might be cold in the daggone room.
There you go.
But they equate things. Everything is going back to one level. It's not her fault. She's not purposely doing that.
Exactly.
You take it as a cue for something else on your low vibrational level. Yeah, Oleala, Miss Parker. Exactly. So how do people view you? It may not be your fault, but why are you coming at me this way?
Exactly.
Look at what people say. I loved it when white people would see me, especially the days I was doing bodybuilding, and I don't know if anybody knows, I got to find old pictures, for like a season. Mohawk in my head. No, not like a fashionable mohawk. I mean, a strip of hair.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What the
Yeah.
hell? What were you? What kind of crack were you on that made you do
I did that.
No, you didn't. You didn't show me any pictures. I think you kind of touched on it. We were having a conversation, and you kind of touched on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I had a mohawk. I mean, a mohawk where the strip of hair was like 2 inches or a little less.
Oh wow!
From the front down to the back. I know I'm nuts.
Oh
and people
my
are scared
God.
of me. Like in the way I was built, right? You see white people like, oh, I hate to run into you in a dark alley. I got off on that. Because they didn't think I was wrapped too tight, but look how he's built. There are pictures out there, and I'll find some of the pictures. There's a whole lot of pictures I want to, and the expression on my face, it was priceless. Like, just like, not even mean, but just very intense. Very into myself. Like, I don't want to even ask him anything, like type thing. I wasn't going through anything. It's just that,
right.
That was a period for me, and I wanted to focus on myself. And so I just kept it, I don't know what's going on with him. Just leave him alone. He'll get over it. He'll come back around. And meanwhile, I'm cracking up. And I'm just gonna highlight what Miss P said. So for
I'm
those
just reading it. Yeah.
She says, thank you for this topic, because I was in a wrong relationship with a man much older than me, and he didn't even have a pot to piss in. Excuse my language, but he thought my house was his. See,
Excuse me.
what? Not all men, but I've known men who are like that. They just come into the picture,
right,
and want to take over. And like I said, if you in that room, renting that room in the hood, and she can see that there's all these black flag and decon, spray, empty. I know what he got crawling around here at night.
Right.
She takes interest in you, man. Don't push it. Cultivate a real relationship if you're a real person. There are too many men out here and women, but there's a lot of men who trick their life away, hold their life away, screw their life away, and now they want to find someone to come in and take them in. You have them like that. I'm not saying all men. I'm not saying they're not men who don't have anything because they were in a relationship with a prior wife, took everything from them in a vindictive way. Or maybe he screwed up so much that she was tired of it. We all tell our stories the way we want to tell it sometime to make us look good. A lot of times we don't tell everything.
Right.
You understand?
Well, this person just came in DATV. I think that's a T.
Agree.
Or Dow.
A toxic situation. If one person is having issues and is dealing with toxic people, which is inevitably transforming their perspective, and the partner knows that. You can clean it, but I mean, we can put soap and water in a bathtub and go sit in that bathtub, not realizing that there's like a bucket of feces in there. I don't care how much you scrub. I'm scrubbing, and I scrubbed in the bathtub for 30 minutes. It doesn't matter, because you can clean it, but there are other forces that may agitate the past wounds the person has and keep the toxicity going. And you will say, well, I did everything right, but it's coming from somewhere else. It doesn't mean you cannot clean it. All I'm saying is that the severity of the situation, like the analogy I said earlier on, maybe possibly before you came on, was that we can receive trauma in the first 25 years of our life, maybe the first 15, the first 35, it doesn't matter. But the trauma is so severe that if we were guaranteed 100 years of life and we lived 10 lifetimes, it wouldn't be enough. Oh, yeah, I cleaned up my trauma at the 636th year of my existence. Because some of this trauma is so severe that it's going to be something that we have to look. You turn the steering wheel to the right to avoid running over a dog or a cat. You turn it so many inches right. You ain't gonna turn it back to the left 1 inch. You're going to have to come back with the same amount of turn in the opposite way to straighten up that wheel. So if it's really severe, and again, we can take two people with different personalities, different tolerance levels to toxic things around them, and put them in the same trauma. Mm-hmm. One may heal after 2 years. You got the trauma when you were 20, and at 22 you're okay. That's because that's how they are made up. That's how they had a nurturing family. They had an understanding mate. They maybe had a foundation that was so strong. You take the other person that's 72 years old, they're recalling this just like it happened yesterday because they may not have had the strong foundation, nurturing family. That may have passed on, but that's still in your heart. My mother and my father were so nurturing to me that I got an emotional bank of so much nurturing and encouragement and confidence put in me. I can ride out for the next 5 generations if I live that long. You see what I mean? So it's different with me. Maybe the next person didn't have that.
Right. That's it.
So we need to stop comparing situations.
That's it.
Well, I have a friend that was raped too, and she ain't talking shit about it for after 3 years.
And if
there are many other factors.
Right. And if you come from an environment where you never see people talk out their disagreements, not to say that they don't have disagreements, but they never talk it out. You never see them talk it out. You never get you never get an example of how to resolve issues. What do you think is going to happen with you? You won't know how to resolve issues because you have nothing to draw from.
That's right.
And when you get with somebody, sometimes like even with Brother Lance's situation. Now he comes from.
I'm looking at what I put up on the screen. I haven't spoken to her so long. Hold that point. I have to say it.
Okay.
We go back online, way back. And this is the most wonderful, talented, beautiful sister right here.
Ooh.
And she is gifted beyond measure.
Really?
Let me tell you something. I knew her before there was a YouTube. Right? And you can tell her a situation. And she has the ability, not in a whole month or 2 or 6 months from now, she can put it in the form of a poem, make perfect sense.
Oh, wow.
And have tears coming down your eyes on how she absorbed what you told her. I know you're not going to be cocky and say, yes, she's going to be okay, but she's very humble with it that way. But she's been through a lot, and she has a heck of a story to tell. She's all right now, and I won't tell her story.
Right.
But sister, I want you to come on, whenever you can, and you don't have to tell your business, but just come on and just, vibe with us when we have a show where we let folks in and talk and everything like that.
Share some of your poems.
Yeah. Whatever poems you have, I'll put it up on my website, LanceScurv.com.
That's right.
I did Scurv Originals when I had the original website. But someone who is just so healing and loving with her presence alone. See, her, even though, sometimes you get caught up in life and busy and all that stuff and you kind of lose contact. And I know that I'm like crazy like that, right? If she flew into town after we never met face to face, but she would have the PIN code to my debit card. I'll handle my credit cards. It doesn't matter. I trust her. I give her the key to the house, the security code. Listen, I'm out of town. Chill out. Do anything you want.
Oh, wow.
And I would say I'd back her up. That if anybody here that I know wanted to network or she needed or you need, whatever, she's good. In the bank of LanceScurv, she can make a blank check and no credit check.
Oh, wow.
Even the feds wouldn't look at her if she had to draw money more than 10. That's Miss Sanders. So, no, that's her. She get a pass.
Oh, wow.
They look at Jeff Bezos more than they would look at her if it was about righteousness.
That's awesome.
Yes. So everybody show her some love.
And how do you pronounce her first name? Irene?
I always said Arene, but we never had a chance to really. That's the way I say it. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, right? After all these years, right?
Oh, wow.
Okay, 450 Club comes around. Lance is a simp because you've been butthurt and you don't know how to deal with a situation that hurt you in your life.
Mm-hmm.
You can call me a simp. If you really knew me, you'd feel like an ass. So the guys that come around because I'm secure in who I am, you're gonna put a label on my entire life, vast experiences, countless factors to say. So I ask, just like we read out of the Human Nature book last night, like, what is it about me that triggers off something in you that could make you say that? Because you're speaking out of pain. As a matter of fact, I'd like to hear your voice.
Oh, he said, do you still have that Lamborghini? Of course he does.
Yeah. Yeah. See, so he's been watching. So here's the link. Let's hear from you. I'm assuming you're a brother, but maybe you might be a brother who likes other things that I like. But you have there's the link. You have the strength and the courage and the balls to just come out and say, Lance is a simp. Well, let's hear it. Let's talk about your life, right? Because if I'm a simp, what are you? And you know what? If I'm a simp, I'm a happy simp. If I'm a simp, I'm a well-adjusted simp. If I'm a simp, I'm very much appreciated. So if that's what being a simp is, because that's a low vibrational term.
That is.
Right? Come on in, man. The link is, I'll drop it again. Right? Here you go. Don't be afraid. Come on in. Let's talk about it. Right? Because I'm very happy where I find myself in my life right now. And Miss Sanders could tell you from years back, I've come through so much. And you know, Elegy, the gory details of many things and whatnot. But I don't see you, brother. Come on in. If you're a brother,
I'll said no.
No, why not? Come on, man. You acting like a simp right now. If somebody invited me to explain what I meant or said, that's not chipping down anything, because you know what, for the most part, whether it's a phone call or an email or something private, I have relationships with many who are in the room here.
Right.
Sister Sanders knew me going back 20 years around about that time.
Right.
Right. So this is not some drama-filled show where we, just get niggardly and in the chat room. And you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
The balance.
450 Club, come on in, man. Come on. You got the link. We dropped the link. Just come on in and say hi.
Next time when he feels to call me a simp, you already know.
Don't knock him out.
From. Right? No, I'm not gonna knock him out. He can call me a simp all day long. It doesn't bother me none. Like, just remember that when we invited you, you see, 450 Club, no. You mean you can't come from behind that avatar? See, I can show my face. Right now, we have a nice little banner to let people know what the topic is all about. But yesterday, we were down on Oxford Street in Osu.
Yeah.
I didn't have no makeup on. I didn't have no special effects on my face. You know what I mean? I showed my face in the street talking to people.
Right.
I have real relationships. Not that the online thing is not.
Who this?
No, we have someone else who came on.
I think that's Dalv Narf. He wanted to ask a question.
Okay. Dalv, you're in.
Hey, everybody. How you doing, everybody? How you doing, Lance?
Oh, good. I commend you for having the strength to come forward and, let us hear your voice. And you did disagree. I'm not mad at you. We can reason. But it's no blind, accusations of, you're this, you're that. I'm too fast for that.
I'm not the type of person. I've been following you and listening to your lives for quite some time, like maybe 2 years. And I'm most of the part agreeing with a lot of your analogies and how you think. My question as to me reasoning to come into your live today is on trauma. Okay. I'm very curious because in my past, I was traumatized, and I've
Okay,
realized.
give me a second, brother. I just want to let you know, Miss Peace, hold tight while he makes his point, and then I'll let you in. But I see you, okay? And anybody else who comes in, I see you, and you can, we can have others come in, but I'm gonna go down one at a time with everybody, and then I'll open everybody up. So Miss Peace, I see you, but go ahead, Dolph. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. I'm curious as to people that have been traumatized in their past, whether it be in past relationships or their parents or whatever the case is. Do they have a chance in having a healthy relationship in the future? My question before was, if a person that was traumatized is in a relationship and the partner recognizes the trauma that they have, can they now cleanse or clean their relationship for them not to be for them not to be hurt? And because I'm speaking on my experience in the past, where my trauma came and affected my relationship with the girlfriend that I was dealing with, and later she ended up leaving, and I realized it was because of my past trauma. So in the midst of it, she attempted to try to alleviate some of the tension, yet inevitably she ended up having to walk away, which I was completely in agreement with her, because I recognized where I was the mistake, where I was having issues. But my question is, can a person that experienced trauma be happy? Can they have a healthy relationship in the future? Or is that a situation where people that are traumatized, they can't be happy in the future?
Oh, no. They can be happy. And I don't want to say happy like everybody's happy is not the same. And let me just say first, I am not a professionally trained person. I'm not a person who is certified by the government or whatever to give advice. It's just I've been through a lot, and I speak from memory and I speak from experience. And no, not everyone's going to agree with me. And this is not like that type of advice that you can take it to the letter of the law and run with it. No, please don't do that. You check with somebody but this is my very strong opinion. And please, there's construction going on, so you'll hear banging and machinery behind me. But I'm not going to get off of the show. Yes, but I'll say it this way. And I hear from your voice, you're a very intelligent brother. I believe, I feel, and my believing is my knowing, right? But I'll say it this way. It's just like your opinions are your personal facts, but you don't want to say they're facts because I feel this way, but from your walk, and it has resonated in you that this is the way, right? So yeah. I'll just put it where this is my perspective / opinion. Anybody who's been through extreme trauma, it's like a storm that they had to walk through. A really bad thunderstorm. The skies were clear. And you say, I'm not going to take the car. I got the day off. I go put my headphones on and just take a nice long walk. And there's not much I'm getting from the supermarket. Let me just take a walk down there just to keep in touch. Like I'm going to take a walk at some point today myself. Meditate. But now you come out of the store and you see the skies changed. But you have enough time to get home, you think. But the storm is coming faster. Well, guess what? You get drenched. You get wet. You finally make it home. And when you come inside, you're drier than when you were out in the storm. And, you live alone, or maybe you have people who are not there. You just take off all your clothes right at the door. If you're with your mate, then it's okay because they know what you look like naked. But it's a process, because even though you took those wet clothes off, you still got water on you. Water's not dirty. So you dry off with a towel. You might even mix with the sweat, say, let me just jump in the shower real quick to get that kind of soapy cleansing off. You are cleaner. You are better, but you had to go through that. So what I'm saying is that incrementally, you can always make yourself happier. But everybody's happy is a different kind of happy. So it's like us saying money. I'm over here in a place where every dollar is worth 5.75 CDs, which is the equivalent of a dollar, not in value, of course. So I had to adjust my thinking that when I go into a restaurant and want to spend $25, it's going to say something like $130 something. Like, whoa, it doesn't say dollars, it says CDs, but the number. So why am I going and saying all of this? You can make every day better when you have been through extreme trauma.
Right.
And every day can get better and you can get happier. It doesn't mean they're not clouds still in the sky. But as the clouds leave you and that thunderstorm is over, it still looks like the thunderstorm is going to drop on you, but it's getting better.
Right.
But this person's happy. They're equivalent. Their exchange rate compared to yours, like the dollar to the CD, which is $1 and 5.75 CDs, they may not have gone through that trauma. They may have gone through a trauma that is different than yours.
Exactly.
May not have been as intense. And because of their makeup, we ain't talking facial makeup, but the makeup of who they are with the characteristics that they have as a person, they may appear to be able to get over something that maybe because of your upbringing or lack of a certain, and I'm not saying you personally, I'm just saying this in general. Yeah. That you may not have the references from an upbringing that undergirded you and prepared you for the trials and tribulations that were yet to come.
Exactly.
See what I mean? So you can be as happy as you ever been in your lifetime, and tomorrow incrementally better than that. So I want everybody to adjust what they think when they say happy. Like when you see the song by what's his name, Because I'm Happy. And that stirs me. I like that song, even though he's an Illuminati dude, right? I like the song, right? But that everybody who danced to that song, whether it was a chubby white woman or a dude working a late night shift at a gas station, or some woman in leotards, just whatever, or some gay dude or whatever, what they're feeling in that song of happiness, it takes you back to the place where you were most happy. But it doesn't mean that the level of happiness that they feel when they hear that song is exactly the same because of the other factors. So yes, you can be happier, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be somebody else's version of happy, which might be less than yours. It's not the same. It's too many factors involved. But yes, you can live a happy life after dealing with trauma. And if you have a mate that understands, that's even better. Who wants to understand? Who's there for the long haul? But you can do it by yourself. You can heal.
It's best to do it by yourself first.
Oh, of course. Or start the process by yourself. And this is another thing I want to say. I'm not saying anybody here or you. We need to stop looking to something on the external to do the healing for us. See, let's make this up. It doesn't mean male or female. I'm going to give two examples in the beginning, but we're going to run with the whole concept. And Miss Peace, please, thank you so much. Well, you may have that young girl who goes to be a woman, in the 20s and 30s, but she never had a real father. In the fullest majesty of that proximity, right?
Right.
But she had male figures around her who weren't really up to par. Uncles and cousins and, relationships. So she never really had that. But she meets a man who exudes what she thinks from the outside that a father should be. So she sees this man, not because of his house now. We're not talking about the house thing, but he does have a house. Might be a modest residence, but she sees his car. She's not a gold digger, but everything she looks at and sees is like across the board, He ain't a rich man, but he has investments, but he got it going on. He might have a rental property or something, but he represents this thing to her. And she feels that it would be a positive thing to have. Let me just knock out this troll right here. They just love me. That means we're doing something good. Like I'm not on point. Every roach I see, I'm going to spray. I don't know, because I'm not really into the whole thing. I'm not really into that whole thing. And 450 Club, I kind of think you don't want to come on because I know your voice. I probably know you real good, but and if you understand the depth of the kind of conversation that we're trying to have. I'm not on that level. And it's nice. Yes, maybe you wanted to talk this way to show the world that you say you have a ZR1 Corvette, but that's irrelevant to me at this point.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah. I think really now you're trolling because we going deep and now you're trying to distract. So, make a new page.
Gone.
Yeah, good. Thank you. I was about to do that too. I was gonna say make a new page and come on back a different way.
Mm-hmm.
So unbelievable. So anyway, now you have a man who may have lost his mother at a very young age, in single digit age, but remembers that, it wasn't a good experience because maybe she passed away at 14 or 15, but she was always emotionally unavailable, And so now he meets somebody that appears to be this way. Right? You're right over there, sweetheart?
Yeah, I just deleted Tina's message. Tina, I'm sorry. I deleted your smiley face because the thing scrolled up. I was trying to delete that stupid idiot.
See, sometimes you try to delete something that's there.
It moved up and I deleted the wrong thing. Sorry, Tina.
Yeah.
You're good, honey.
That happens. Remember the time, not to get off topic, but I blocked you or took you away from me.
You sure did.
And it's because of that. That's what happens,
Yeah.
But anyway, he meets somebody who appears to be very nurturing and loving and not emotionally unavailable. And he gravitates toward her energy, but she may not be that in real life. She might be putting on a front for the community around her. She could be damn evil. She be loving and nurturing and the one that everybody comes to when they have issues. And she goes home and gets on the phone and gossips with her girlfriends and tells them business. And you see this now. And that man who had his act together and that young girl, not a young kid, but she's a young woman and he might be a little older, but she didn't realize he also has a porn addiction and a coke habit that he handles, functional addict. So lots of times we'll gravitate toward what looks like something healthy in our need to heal. That's why it's important, like Empress G said, we got to start the process ourselves. But find somebody who was willing to go along with that. Not well, I like you and you want to, but I ain't going to get, no, then you don't need that in your life. Imagine, and I'm going to let Miss Peace in, and you can stay in with us. Just want to let everybody one at a time and have their time and say what they want, the questions. We're going to take time with this. There's no time limit here, right? But
Delph, put your mic on mute.
Yeah, if then if you want to come on and say something, we're going to leave you right there. But just in case there's any background noise, whatever have you can pop on in any time. We'll leave you right there. Yeah,
thank you so much, guys.
Yeah. And any topic that you want us to talk about, just throw it at us. You know what I mean? We'll go and get down in it from experience, and we leave it open where we don't know everything. We're just speaking from experience. But how many people have conversations like this? I'm not pushing the platform. I'm just saying we need to be able to vibe and feel that we have people concerned around us that will take time and speak with us.
That's right.
And at the same time, I'm going to finish my point, but I'm going to open up Miss Peace and just say hi to her. How are you?
Hello.
Hi, good day.
How are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you. And
listen to that voice.
And how are you both?
Oh, we're doing well. I know I'm doing well.
I need a shower soon, but I'm good. We can roll out. It's hot in Africa.
I wish I was there. You know what? You're right. This topic is well needed. And I find, especially because of this whole pandemic, not everyone is able to connect with other people, or even people they think they could connect with. You just can't, because everyone is off in their own zone.
Yeah.
But like I was sharing with everyone in the chat room about a relationship that I was in, this was pre-pandemic. And I realized that it was so wrong. I mean, this man had trauma and he was very open about it. his mother, I guess, abandoned him and his siblings. It's a long story, but there's childhood trauma.
Yes.
And so he was very aware of it, but he's never really done anything about it. So he was hopping from one relationship to another relationship, and he was just his own worst enemy. And he told me that, so when I had told him that he had to leave, he basically was trying to beg to stay. And I couldn't believe it. Like, I almost felt sorry for him, but I knew I have to feel sorry for myself first and foremost. So, and not when I say feel sorry for myself, I don't feel sorry for myself, but it was a lesson learned, right? But basically, he told me that I would never, ever meet a good man. Like, he said there's no such thing out there.
Oh, please.
Yes, he did. Oh, yes, he did.
Yeah, we'll keep throwing them out there because he's trying to leave you with the cooties mentally, so that if you believe that, absorb that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. So I asked him, I'm like, you really think there isn't a good man? Is it because you're not a good man? Like,
exactly.
Yeah. And I said, you're just upset because you have nowhere to go. Like, nowhere.
There you go. Bang.
Yeah. And so what prompted me to even make that comment in your chat, you had mentioned something about getting someone to pretend like to collect the rent, and I thought, oh my gosh, I should have done something like that if I had known.
Well, I got some tricks up my sleeve. I'm freely sharing them.
I wish I had known that. And not only that, I mean, it would have been difficult for me to do that. So, but it's a good trick, right? But it's unfortunate that we cannot meet people and be ourselves, and just for others to appreciate who we are, whether man, woman, man, you know what I mean? Like, just appreciate and respect who the person is and not what they have. I don't want to be looked at as a commodity. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't look at me for what I have, what I can offer, what I can give. You know what I mean? But look at the person for who they really are. Are they genuine? Do they have a pure heart? Do you know what I mean? Do they have a good heart? That's what I look at. And that will display in their character, how they talk to other people, how they interact with people on their day-to-day, not just on a Sunday when they're going to church. Do you know what I'm saying? But on their day-to-day. I'm like you, Lance. I can go on forever, and I can't. Unfortunately,
no rush. Go on. Let's do it. Let's do this thing. There's no limit. There's no limit.
I wish, but I have work to do.
Okay.
But maybe next time. Maybe next time.
Yeah. And let me just tell you too. If you find that you have, like, boy, I wish he was doing a show. Hit me up. I say, Lance, you free? You know how I get down. I'm like, you want to tell me the topic, tell me the kind of flow you want. I'll come up with a title. If I'm sitting here, we're going to do it. Especially when, like, it's like, man, I can get into something right now. And I wish it was 2 a.m, 1 in the afternoon. If I'm here, and even if I'm not, I'll call Empress Ella G and say, listen, go into the system. This is going to be the title. Hook this up, boom, boom, boom. Like, okay, I'm going to shoot you the link. I'm going to shoot everybody the link. And we're going to start out on a topic that you want. And that goes for everybody. Some deep stuff.
Right.
And I really appreciate how people hit me up when, like, major things happen. Like, Empress Ella G was like, oh, man, Paul Mooney passed. I loved him so much. So I was like, listen, I'm going to get home and we're going to do that show. And we did. So it's not like we do our morning show, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. But all throughout the day, if I'm there, I'll climb off the ladder. I'll come inside. I might be sitting outside in the sun. I'll run a show that even I might not even be on. Empress Ella G will say, I'll do it. You're not an inconvenience to me. So I'm letting you all know that I'm always available. Always
Thank
available.
you.
3, 4 in the morning. I go
Exactly.
back to bed because I'm 4 hours ahead of East Coast time. So,
Right.
you know, so I know you got stuff to
Right.
do. I'll never rush you. We have a show. We're going to roll till the wheels go off. And then when the wheels go off, we'll put them back on and go back the next day and next time and continue the topic. You see what I
That's
mean?
exactly
And
what we're going to do.
Letting you
I
know
really
that.
appreciate it. I really do.
All
But
right.
to the previous caller, to the gentleman, I find that a lot of men are walking around, especially brothers. I mean, 'cause I've never dated outside of my race, so I only could speak for the brothers. But
Exactly.
and plus, I have my brothers, which is a whole different topic. But you know, brothers are walking around with a lot of trauma,
Yes.
Yes.
a lot of trauma, and they feel very isolated, right? Because I find that brothers, because they're so, I'm sorry, Lance, this does not apply to you, but um, um,
I feel you though.
I
I
think that
understand.
I think that they feel, they will be they'll be judged,
Mm-hmm.
in the wrong way. They'll be judged in the wrong way. So they
Yes.
again fall into that ego, right? So they got to put up this resistance, um, and
Mm-hmm.
have no outlets to express, do you know what I mean, their true feelings, or to really talk
Right.
about the
Right.
trauma that they've experienced. So
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really important, and I just hope that brothers will find your show and they'll be able to, reach out to you or whomever, whether it's someone. And when you talk about professionals, like you have psychologists and therapists and stuff like that, they're really talking from a script. And I'm not knocking them down
True. True.
entirely, but it is a script. We only could share. I feel like sharing your real life experience, that is true therapy, because other people will be able to attest to it. You could understand, you could appreciate
Yes.
that someone is sharing their true life experience with you. But the textbook, it only goes so far.
Yeah. That's
It's
true. That's true. That's
so
like,
so to that brother, I think, he really needs to get to the core of it, and find someone who he could honestly trust and feel comfortable with, to just to talk. Because talking, about it and just
mhm,
releasing that would really help to, that's the beginning of healing. Recognizing that you have trauma, or if you've experienced trauma and there's an issue, is the first and foremost, because then you'll know where to go and who to talk to from there. But yeah, a lot of brothers are walking around with trauma,
So
and it's
true.
really bad. Yeah, it's really, really sad.
And that's a show that we need to actually do. We've been talking about that for a long
mhm,
time, that
mhm.
we need to do a show on the brothers, not just
Hmm.
not just a general generic male or female type thing, but really
Right.
do a show on men, you
Surgical
know.
precision. That's
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
I say that there's so many aspects of each topic. There are countless aspects and angles that you can approach it in. So you just can't do one clean 60-minute show. Wait, today we're going to talk about something. Okay, we talked about that already. No, it's
Mm.
Right.
aspects to it. The human experience is vast. And we as black men, we're expected to be strong. So, like the pregnant mother whose food that she eats goes to the baby first, a lot of what we receive goes into as black men in the society to keep that shell, to keep that facade up of strength, and we're bleeding on the inside. Maybe you've caught episodes of when I've cried on shows or whatever have you, but I'm not afraid. I don't say things just to make me look cool. Listen to last night's show when I talked about my old girlfriend and I walked in on them when they were having sex, this dude that was up in my house. How I felt, how, you know what I mean? Who says things like that? That don't make me look cool. I had a brother text me, well, maybe you wasn't hitting it right. Well, it had nothing to do with that. If you listen to what the situation was, you'll understand. And so now it helps me to unburden past traumas that I've been through. So I'm breathing easier. I'm flying lighter. But you can't be afraid to deal and tell the real thing. Not that you're going to get up on the rooftop with a bullhorn. No. But the trusted people or the procedures that you do within yourself to heal and bring you to that place, you must do, but you can't get it done unless you acknowledge it. If you're a pack rat and got things packed up to the ceiling, cans of soup over there for a disaster that may not happen, and you walk in there and you just don't acknowledge it, then it's not going to get cleaned up.
Right.
And so you walk through a whole life like that dog that got hit by a car and one leg was broken. Before he was walking okay and balanced and normal, but nobody took care of that stray dog. So the leg healed up crooked and he learned how to run crooked. So to the point where somebody picked the dog up years after, put something in him to knock him out and had the leg broken and put in a cast. Now he's walking the way he should be walking after he heals up. But that feels crooked because he's not used to it. That's how many of us are right now. And we're ignoring things, and because of the social media exposure and everything is the body, the look, the makeup, the hair, the this, the that, the muscles, the money. I got a big gut, but I got cash. I got this car. We take the energy that should be going like that mother who eats that should be going to the child. We take it on something superficial and use it on something superficial, and we never get healed. We are hurt people looking good, acting like the real thing, acting healthy. How you doing? All right. Knowing good and damn well ain't nothing all right. Well, we want things to be all right, but we have to put up the front. Mm-hmm. And in the middle of the night, like when I worked in corrections, whatever facility I worked in, whether it was a jail or a prison, in the middle of the night, more so the prisons because it's a long-term thing. Jails, the dudes, the young guys stay up late. But in the prisons, what do you hear at night with these big muscular men? Now, everybody ain't muscular in there, right? I'm just saying the ones who are the big ones, muscular. Oh, I don't want to mess with him. What do you hear when they're put down for the time they have to be in their cell? Some stay up late and read and whatever have you. Some do what they have to do. What do you hear at night? This is what you hear at night. I'm not making fun, but that's what you hear at night. You're like, wait a second. And you're like, what is this, surround sound? Mm-hmm. If there's 20 cells in this day room, there's 8 of them crying. Mm-hmm. When you do your 30-minute checks and one might be up reading a book and you look in the cell and he looks up at you, his eyes are red. When they ain't crying, they crying, but inside slowly crying because they missed their family, crying because they just didn't get something that they should have gotten in this life as far as a lesson. Yes, innocent men locked up. We understand that. But you are made to you're forced to deal with yourself now. Mm-hmm. When you are ripping and running out there for those who did indulge in the wayward activities, not because they're really criminals. Some people, they got mental issues. I understand that. Some people went through severe drama and they're acting out. But the ones who had some sense and made a choice to do what it is that they did, that are guilty, that are there, they are forced to see themselves now. Right. They didn't want to see it before, and that's why they ran and did things. I'm not making excuses. They did things because they were running away. But like the 1970s song, Teddy Pendergrass, you can't hide from yourself. And in the midnight hour is when the toothache hurts the most. See? Right. Sorry to rant.
No, that's the truth. That's the truth.
Yeah.
That is the truth. Well, thank you for having me on or taking the call. Thank you so much. And
thank you.
Have a blessed day and keep doing what you're doing.
You too, my sister.
You have such a soothing energy.
It does.
For real.
Yes.
You know, I mean, okay, before you go, let me just say, you could be that person at the hospital or whatever, and you coming in a room with bad news. Mr. Scurv, I just want to tell you that
Scurv.
Mr. Scurv, you know, we're coming to the room to tell you that we have to remove both your legs.
My God.
And when she says it's so soothing, it's like, okay. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's going to be all right. You know what I mean? I'm not talking that down on myself.
You couldn't use Mr. Smith, Mr. Jones?
No, I'm just talking it's a personal thing. You know, no. We're not throwing that up to the universe, y'all.
No, not at all.
Right. But it's just we love your energy and just let us be ready. We want to be there. if you have a day to blow, we'll blow it with you and talk about something.
That's right.
Thank you.
And don't judge me about the comedy shows. I'm just off the chain when I do those things. We talk of the crazy, nasty stuff. So, you know, we use that. I haven't
listened to it yet. So
please don't. You'll have a different opinion of me.
Or you'll have a better opinion of him.
Yes, it's straight comedy, uncensored, and you know, we talk about a lot of things, you know, so just to make us laugh in the trenches. That's what it's all about.
Okay.
But thank you.
All righty.
Take
care, sis. All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Yeah. So that's what it's all about.
So, yes, this
is healing dialogue, y'all.
About. I said that's what it's all about.
Right. And Dolph, thank you for coming on in, and you're welcome anytime.
Yeah.
You know, and we're going to kind of do this all the time when we're doing morning shows, and you know, sometimes they go a little long, a little shorter, but like I said, we'll wrap it down in a few. Unless there's anybody else who has anything to say kind of briefly or whatever,
right.
You want to add on to something, let me know in the chat room and we'll drop the link again.
Yeah.
You know, for the next few minutes before we kind of wrap up. And we go by energy. It's not like, well, we have to go for 4 hours every day. You know, it might be an hour and a half and we bounce, but we'll always come back. How many times have you come to an end of a show? Yeah, well, I just want to say, Miko, I didn't want to like cut what she was saying, but Sister Miko's in here, and happy belated birthday again.
Yes, indeed. Happy belated birthday, Sister Miko.
Right? It was a birthday, so throw some Monday, right? Happy belated birthday, love. We'll say birthday. Somebody's going, well, it should be born day, and we just saying birthday, y'all. I'm gonna say it the hood way. Happy birthday. Like not BIRTH is BURF or BIRF. Happy birthday.
That's right. That's right.
What it is, you know. And anybody who has an upcoming birthday, just let us know. Shoot us a email or something, and we'll acknowledge you because you know we'll talk about things we won't always agree, but it's a collective. It's that space where. You know, we can get aggressive. We can rant. If you're angry about something, call in. Give me the link. Give me the link. I want to rant about something that happened to me. Well, let off. You know,
right.
That's what it's all about.
Exactly.
And every show has a different energy to it. You know what I mean? The similar energy, but it may be a little bit. It's like baking a cake where you never use the recipe and you don't use exactly. You know, so you dip your finger. Okay, a little more of this, a little more of that. It's the same tasting cake, but it's a slight difference to it.
Always.
Yeah. So that's how we flow.
Yes.
You know, the length of it. I've done long shows and, you know, sometimes a little more testosterone in it or whatever. Well, whatever's needed, the collective vibe.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we react with the chat room and everything like that.
Hello, Kwame. How you doing?
Yes, Brother Kwame. Yes, so later on we're going to have Beatrice Noel. I don't know exactly what time. Probably like about...
today?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, we're still going to come on after that.
Okay.
You know, she wants to speak about spirits and demons. I forgot how the angle she wants to come in on, but you know, if it's her, it's going to be off the chain. And I'm going to keep it going because I love that topic also. You know, you can never stop talking about that. You know
right.
We're not saying that it's an imp-looking thing. It's just the energy that's out there.
Right,
you know, so the wrong idea. I'm not saying the ugly things don't exist, but we're really talking about human nature and the energy and how we react. And we will come back on this topic, you know, and, you know, we'll go in from a different angle. And if we didn't cover a certain angle, say, hey, talk about it this way, talk about it that way. Again, we're not just out here looking for hits.
Exactly.
We're here in a crowd that I can go to at night and, you know, share some visuals that will have probably 1,000 people in here. But we don't want that. We want to make it something that resonates because there's a lot of that out here in social media anyway. And there will be some sprinklings of if I'm walking down the street and say, okay, I got to show the fellas this visual. Okay. Or okay, I'm not a homo, but I understand that this brother here is so well built. I got to show this for the sisters. You know, we do that. Human.
Yeah.
You know, need a sprinkling of some things sometime, but when it really gets emotional and really gets into the healing, we always going to be there. And if you want to talk about that again in a different angle, a different way, or continuation tomorrow, fine, we'll do it.
Absolutely.
Coming up with titles. This title here came out of Madame Noor and that website, the love section. So you can read the same, and we still have more points, but we'll talk about that more. There's some more points that's there. Do I have to read the points just to complete it?
There was some more. Brother Lance, Amir sent you the Cash App.
Oh, Brother Amir, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Love you, all that. I'm not just throwing out words, but a lot of times people said, well, you said that to this other person 3 shows back the same way. It's like, how many ways can you say thank you? You know what I mean? Let me go and look at in the book there where you can find out. It's really sincere because you know what? Not just because of a cash donation, right? But whether you're sharing the link or liking it or participating, that's energy too. The cash can be converted into energy on one level when it comes to, getting programs and fixing computers or purchasing something, wires or something that I need, those things. But there's a responsibility on the energy level that must be done. And like a few months ago in our transition coming here, which we've been here almost a year, September 16th was the time that we dropped down here. We left the 15th and got here the 16th. So in moving things and storage and this and apartment and this and that and, little dramas here and there and adjusting and going here to get this that we need and all of that stuff, I still kept up with the shows, but it wasn't like this regular. Like there was always something going up every day, but you just didn't know.
Right.
And there was an occasional day where I didn't do anything because I straight crashed out, came to a new country, y'all. But what I'm going to say by that, when it comes to that, I don't play. Everything that is shared goes right back into the things we need to keep the platform running. It's not like, well, I'm going to go get these rims. Because really, even though homeboy was joking, maybe he was joking, you still got the Lamborghini? Yeah, we got it. Come on, man. Come on. If I had that, I'd sell it. And get the things that I need. It'll be so much more. I might help some people that I know are in need. Right.
Hit the like button, guys.
Yeah, it does help. It helps a lot.
It does help a lot.
Yeah,
hit the like button.
The algorithm and everything like that.
Yes.
But like I said, it's a responsibility for me now to be able to give back. You may say, God, dog, you did 4 hours last night, and it's not a time thing, but I have to give back. I can't okay, I got this and I'm good this month. No, every day I'm gonna do something.
Of course.
Several times if I can, and so that's what we do. We make sure to let you know that we're earning what you share. Even if you don't share or give nothing like that, it's cool because we all going through something. You know what I mean? We may have and can't give because we going through it. We got to save. And like I said, I will make sure we come on. And if anybody, like I said, even if I'm not around, Empress Ella G, where I'm really doing something that day, the show's going to go on. And remotely, I will be on.
And I'll say a public thank you, but you know exactly why I'm saying it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I got to thank you too.
All right.
For everything that you've done, and you'll be, I want to make you keep saying thank you, but you don't have to say thank you. You want to say it, but no, I'm not taking that from you. And this is a personal conversation in public because you've done so much.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
You've done way more than anybody could imagine. You've helped me to, get through some things, and you helped me to see things a certain way.
Yeah.
Boy, if you could only hear our private conversations, those are super show worthy.
Stop it.
No, but I'm saying that, the Creator brings energies to you. He's brought energy to me, the energy of elegy. Sounds right?
Yeah, I know.
but, so much has been brought to me for those that are in the chat room in different ways. There might be one conversation I had with a person and 2 years go by and didn't have a chance to talk to him, but that energy still stays with me.
Right. Exactly.
And just like the chisel, when you're doing a sculpture and it chips away a little piece. I'm not saying anybody's chipping away, but you're forming me. It might be one chip you gave me, but it's added to the overall final sculpture that's so beautiful. I'm not saying I'm beautiful. I'm just saying it. I don't forget. That's one thing, I really don't forget how you made me feel, what you brought to the table as far as sharing the experience. And some of the private conversations have been phenomenal for my growth. And I thank you for the trust that you give me and Empress Ella G when you reach out to us and talk to us about certain things. And, I need y'all because I need advice too.
Exactly.
I'm not this all-knowing entity. I'm just sharing what I've learned from experiences. But there are levels to this thing. And this is why I respect the elders.
Talk about relationships, grandma and grandpa. Enough of the silent wisdom communication. Who the hell is this?
Okay, talk about relationships, grandma and grandpa. Enough of the silent wisdom communication. If you can, Tyrone Shanks.
Explain that a little further, please.
Yeah. You just,
Because right now there isn't a grandma and grandpa on this show that is actually conducting this show.
Right.
So
you can reflect things that we've gotten. And I know the overall term of grandma and grandpa, but how are we using it? What's the context?
Right. So please explain.
What do you mean by enough of the silent wisdom communication? Like
because we don't say exactly what it is that we're talking about.
Well, I mean, there's certain things that you share with me and I've shared with you. I'm not going to go up with a bullhorn and say certain things. And I've said a whole lot of things if people read between the lines of me not putting myself in certain places. Look, what more? I'm not saying to anybody here, but if I can tell you I walked in my old girlfriend, a man was on top of her, right? And how I handled the situation. That's like, I'm not saying that's the ultimate, but who does that? There's more things I can say, right? But I'm very transparent.
Right. I mean, it's like we're here. Obviously, he's still in the chat, or on the listening. Yes. So what is it about what we're saying that is now rubbing him the wrong way?
Right. But you know what, though? You're always going to get that. I don't care if you can say things that are so glowing and motivating. You're always going to get that thumbs down. Symbolically. I'm not saying he's going to do that, but I'm just saying that you always. Now I can see some shows we've done. I'm like, oh man, I'm expecting like
10,000 thumbs down. We got 12 on one show the other day. I was like, oh my God.
You're touching nerves and it's going to happen. Yeah. I know. That doesn't bother me because they were watching the same way.
Can we
10 years from now hit them? Oh man.
Kwame wants us to debate African relationships, positive and negative. What do you mean by African relationships, Kwame, brother Kwame? What do you mean? Because
debate.
We are talking about African relationships,
and we go through the negative and positive.
Right. So what exactly do you want us to talk about? I mean, we'll do it. Brother Lance will do it. Now I'm talking about.
I'll talk about anything.
I know. Lance will do it.
I'll talk about anything. I'll talk about anything.
Oh gosh.
Damn near been through everything.
Damn near or
something comparable. You know what I mean? That I'm not afraid to, like I said, and I'll say this in a coded way. We've all had our one-ply finger accidents, okay? All right? Now we may not make it the title of a show.
Oh, you mean talk about whether it's a lost, if it's lost or not, if African relationship. Do you mean, are we talking about the relationship between African Americans and Africans, or are you talking about man-woman relationship as it relates to African people? I mean, I don't understand.
We can talk about any aspect of that, and we go everywhere.
Right.
I'm not trying to run for any political office. Couldn't anyway, the way I done put stuff out there.
Oh man, you'd probably win.
You said in 1982, you did what now?
You'd win.
Well, I mean, you know how things are stacked, and I'm not into that because
excuse me,
you don't need validation from the white man system. If okay, like I always say, you can have a name restaurant,
okay,
that has nice food in it, and it's glossy, a pretty sign, a nice big parking lot, well lit, and you can have that spot in the hood that's clean. It's clean now. It ain't got no sign. It's smaller. There's like 3 parking spots in the sign. You got to park all the way down the block. They got a lot, and there's no place in there to eat. It's just takeout. Maybe 2 chairs in there.
But
and
the
it's 2
food?
chairs. But the food,
Oh my God.
something else. Ain't got no sign.
You parked 2 miles away and walked.
Well, tell me about it.
Or double, do a New York thing, double park, triple park, but leave somebody in the car.
But that's what I want to be. I want to be that spot. Everybody knows. What's the name? I don't know, man. You know, they just call it the guy that works there. Joe's spot.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, Christ. You know, I heard about this place and I couldn't Google it. I didn't see it. And Joe's spot, I went up and down through the whole hood and saw no signage. That's like any state that I've been in. And you know, like say, for example, you get a rent-a-car, something like that. You know, well, you can get this hotel. Nah. Let me pick where it is.
Right.
I've been in nice hotels.
Right.
But before I settle down, I drive around and I find that bus stop where there's that brother sitting there. Like, so, okay, he's sitting there. That's probably where we're leading them to the black neighborhood. It's like, yo, bro, all you got to say. That's all, and I've done it time and time again. It's a universal. Right? You pull up right to the bus stop. You know, he watching now. Is this a drive-by or something? Hey, bro, listen, I'm from out of town. Where's the black neighborhood?
Right.
Keep on going where you going, bro. You'll know.
You'll see it. You can't miss it.
You get a thumbs up. And he might say, well, where are you from? I say, oh, man, I'm from New York. All right, keep on going, man. The best chicken spot in the whole town. You'll know it when you get there. Because when you get there, you got them black instincts. How come there's always a Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard that will lead you to a Kennedy Fried Chicken no matter what state you're in?
Oh, man. I went to a fried chicken place off of 95 in North Carolina. I don't know if I'll ever find it again because it was a miss. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Listen, in all my life, and I will never, ever, ever, ever eat fried chicken that good again. Never.
Don't say that.
I'm serious. I'm so serious.
I know what you know.
Oh my gosh. And I will never, I would have to get off at every single exit on 95 in North Carolina.
And you do it too. You'll do it.
And go right. I would have to get off at every single exit and go right to find this place. Every exit off of 95.
This was where? You said South Carolina, you said?
North Carolina.
North Carolina?
Yeah.
Okay, we could break that down.
And I don't know the name of the place. We didn't even look at the name.
Find some black folks. You know, don't go on every exit. Go every 3 exits. Because there are black folks who are going to drive 3 exits to get to that chicken spot and go all up in the black neighborhood. Like, listen, be real. Listen, folks, I ain't from around here. But a couple years ago,
right,
man, I hit a chicken spot, man. And before you finish, they're gonna blurt out the name and be glad to give you directions.
True. Tina,
you might spot, man. Go to Mikey, man.
Right.
2 weeks down, just hook up, man. You'll see it. And if you come through this way, you bring some chicken back for us.
Right, that's true. Tina, I've never had Jamaican KFC.
Yes.
You have? How was it?
Yeah.
How was it?
It's good.
Off the chain?
Now, years ago, when I went way back, it was really off the chain, but I don't know, like, because I started eating a little different the last time I was in Jamaica 3 years ago. I was eating different. So I couldn't tell you like right now. So if I tell you it's so off the chain,
right,
you'd be like, oh man, you said, I'm gonna tell you something. I think
it's still banging because I saw somebody just came back from Jamaica this week. And that was their last stop before they actually left was to go eat some Jamaican KFC. So I guess it's still banging.
But I'll tell you, in Jamaica in 1987, it was in, was it March? It had to be, because I know it was, I think it was April that Marvin Hagler fought Sugar Ray Leonard in 87. I judged my timeline on fights, right?
Right.
I wasn't there. I came back right before that fight happened. So if that was April, it had to be May, early April, whatever. I don't know. I'm throwing this out to the universe. It was in Montego Bay. I couldn't tell you what street, but it's the street that was going along close to where the water is and all these restaurants and all this stuff like that. There was a spot named Shakey's Pizza.
Oh, wow.
This had nothing to do with the popular Shakey's Pizza in America. This was its own Shakey's Pizza. I never, ever, ever tasted pizza like this in my life. And not that I'm better than anybody, because people from New York and people from Chicago, they know for sure pizza. Now, there may be people in Philadelphia, but look, you gotta know. Let me tell you something. You know Margarita's Pizza, and you know how good it is. The spot on Jamaica Avenue.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
About on the south side part of the street, part that's going toward 165th, one or two doors in. That blows away anything you can buy in Manhattan, in Brooklyn. Margarita's Pizza. Do not go to New York and not try their pizza. You'll try the spots. Man, this pizza good. Make the trek. Because I eat a certain way. If I was there now, I'm eating some pizza. Throw on the cheese, damn it. I don't care if I blow my nose and have phlegm the next day. I'm eating that pizza.
Right.
That'd be a sin if I didn't. Not a weakness. But Shakey's Pizza in 1987 in Montego Bay, Jamaica. Ooh. With the limeade, not lemonade, but limeade. Ooh. Let's say it the hood way. Man, I was hooked up.
I feel with lemonade. That's what we call. We don't call it limeade. We call it lemonade. That's our lemonade.
Oh, okay. I was all technical, all American.
No technical. A lemonade.
Exactly. Because I said, let me get more limeade. You mean lemonade? Or whatever it is. Just No. It beat Margarita's Pizza. And this wasn't a chain, a fast food chain. It was that.
Well, we have the magic in our fingers, right? So anything we touch, KFC.
No, I made a scene in that place.
Pizza. You did?
I told them hands down. I was a comedian that day. I had the pizza in my hand. I took a bite. I said, "What the? Maybe something wrong with me. Let me keep biting."
You're a mess.
And I got like 2 full pizzas to go back to the spot that we were in so I can go polish those off a day. I did not want to not have pizza in my mouth. Think about what time they open. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. I got to be right there. No.
And it was real pizza this time that you wanted to have in your mouth, eh?
Well, put it as a combo because I had all variations of pizza that night. But that was a story though. That was a story. And my old girlfriend that talked about last night, it was her who came down there with me. And what happened was we were walking down that road in Montana. We were in Kingston. We were all over. We flew from Kingston over, a little short, small plane and whatnot. And it's funny because, like I said, she won Miss Jamaica in 81, but the physique, the body, but she did not look like a body, but like some ugly muscles, whatever have you. You know what I mean? She was very feminine, pretty, nice hourglass shape. Somebody years after, because she won that in 81 and maybe 84, 85. She was like a little legend in that whole community. When we went back to visit the gym that she trained at, it had to be at least 9 feet, maybe 8 feet tall. A photo that somebody painted of her that looked just like her.
Oh, wow.
Imagine going back to where you come from, the country you grew up in, or the state that then you go and you see something painted of you.
Wow.
I wonder whatever happened. I wonder, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I couldn't see exactly where it was either. So that made the whole Jamaica thing, because that's my first time going down there at that point.
Right.
It was like, it's like me bringing somebody to New York that never been there before. I live in Africa right now, but you know what? There are people who still call me for certain directions. Where that spot was, man. Do that. And in certain places, you drive by the gas station, man, with the busted phones, because busted phones were always going to be there. So things never change. And then you're going to see some brothers in the corner right there on 135th and Liberty, and a few, just yell out, ask for so-and-so, because they still there.
Exactly.
Right? How you know that, man? You left New York back in 2001. I said certain things in my old neighborhood, certain things change, but certain things wouldn't change. But I'm going to tell you, it was funny. We were walking down on that street right before we got to Shakey's Pizza, and she ran into a young lady she knew. Wasn't nothing offbeat or anything like that, but she ran into a young lady. Oh my God, you look good, so-and-so. So she said, I'm staying with y'all. We hanging. So it was cool. We all hanging, walking around, and she said she lived close by. She actually lived in a place called Iron Shore, right?
Okay.
Iron Shore, the parts I saw, those are some affluent homes, some money people, right? So I'm just taking it all in. And we're talking about, this is a 24-year-old version of Lance Scurv, right?
Right.
So, I had been at the gym for 2 years, but my physique remained. So as I walked through the streets, they were like, boxer. See, they didn't know that I was a bodybuilder, but I wasn't a bulked up, steroided up, whatever. So the closest thing they'd say is boxer. So I would keep going down certain streets and whatever, boxer. And I'm like, I'd shadow box and make them laugh. But the sun started to go down. And she's like, where are you guys staying? And I was like, well, we got, 2 more nights at this particular spot, and then we might move to another one, because we were floating. And that was a treat around my birthday time for my father.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he's like, I got you. Because he had a little something down there tucked away, right? And that's a whole different story, because there's something he had tucked away. It was a judge who was looking over his little finances that he had, and he sucked it down. And they didn't want me to even go to the bank to know how much it was there, because they were lying.
Oh, wow.
I'll tell that part. So my father was like, Lance, take it all out. Because they were the ones over it. Especially since my other uncle who passed away, he worked at the Supreme Court and had some high position. And, he was loaded, and he left some stuff for my aunt and my father, and he wasn't sweating. He just left it down there.
Right.
When I went down, he's like, "You good?" It wasn't $1 million, wasn't $100,000, but it was enough. Yeah. I mean, it was good. It came back with some. But this guy, he I remember when he said to the man, last name was Chambers. He's got to have transitioned even maybe probably live a sort of new millennium. But I remember his wife coming out from the back when my father told him this, they had some kind of crude speakerphone. And when he said, listen, Lance is going to go to the bank. You're going to take him to the bank in the morning. You're going to clean up that account. Because it was not supposed to be. I mean, the man cleared it down to 25% of what it was.
Oh, wow.
He's like, he said, listen, you could have taken and for normal stuff. And if you needed, you didn't have to put it back.
Ask. Right.
Just ask. It's sitting there. And I was mad. But then his wife came out. Older Jamaican woman, couldn't walk without holding on to this chair and that table. No. I'll never forget that.
Are you serious?
She was yelling no at the top of her lungs, like, no. They had power over using that money, but she gonna talk about no. She was the original one that sung the money, and it wasn't about no, but it wasn't about you not loving me anymore.
You can't take that money
anymore. Because your son came down to Jamaica.
And he saw just what you did.
Do now. That was in the back when I went there. I was all happy. I know. Little clothes shopping, little stuff like that. And again, it wasn't like it was like a gazillion dollars. Really and truly, it might have been between 8 to 10, but I didn't expect that because we were just hanging out.
Right.
But he said, take it all out. So now let's segue into the other part of that story. So now we're with, and this didn't happen that same day. You know, we're hanging out with the young lady. I forgot what her name was. So she's like, well, listen, you got 2 more nights there. Come by where I'm staying. And you can still go back the other night, but come back. You're going to have fun. Now, it wasn't nothing kinky. Mm-hmm. So I said, okay, we trust her. She knew us. It was all right. Is she on the up and up? She said, oh, yeah, she's good. Found out she had like a coke habit.
Oh, no.
So we ended up, for some reason, it seemed like money was no object for her. And she wasn't working. You know, in the conversation, she felt, well, you know, I'm not doing anything these days. I'm just kind of relaxing. Wait a second. You about 20-something years old, mid 25, 24. What stress you got to be relaxing? I'm not saying that, well, maybe you do have it that way. It's none of my business. So we got a taxi and went up to Iron Shore. Little drive down the road, a couple miles. And I even went through Iron Shore when I was down there in 2018 in February. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So we go up and steep hills. Like, I'm afraid to walk down this bad boy. I'm going to slide. No, it's not that bad, but if there was snow in Jamaica, you'll be sliding on ice and hitting things and whatever. So we got up to this house. I mean, I saw the houses, what they looked like before then. You know, I'm not materialistic, but I'm like, okay, you know, this is going to be something. So the thing is, this house was not built like any other house that was up there. And I noticed up on a balcony on the second floor to the side, it was a security guard, armed, in your house?
What?
House, but okay, I mean, I got to know that, you know, things can happen in Jamaica, even back then. But you had to be a target. And so we came in, she said, I want you to meet my boyfriend. It was a white man from Chicago. And I'm going to tell you how wordplay is funny before we go. I said I was going to wind up. I'm just going to finish up this story. And I'll tell it again in more detail, you know. It's like you're in the office.
I know.
It's like, you know, we're negotiating something and all of a sudden other phones ring, you hear people in the background talking.
That's my house.
That's that kind of phone you hear in the background where it's a bill collector, but they don't say nothing yet. You say, hello, in the background. Oh, yes, Mr. Skirvin. Remember me? $500,000. And you try to get up to go, I'll pay it next week. When? You're going to pay it in full? Damn it, I ain't got no $500,000.
Hang up the phone. Hang up.
Yeah. My wife is giving birth right now. You make something up. You know what I mean? So, anyway, we get there. We get inside. Inside was cavernous. It was like, it was so huge on the ceiling. You know, you have ceilings sometime where you have the catwalks and stuff, and you can see up to the top. You know, if it's 2 stories, it's high. This place was like 4 stories in certain aspects. You can see way up.
Oh, wow.
And we got in the living room, and I saw another security guard with what looked like a machine gun, a small machine gun, just walking. I'm saying, yo, I ain't spending the night over here. Nah, not like that. Not that I think the security guards know, but what's the danger? Why you paying these dudes to be here like this? Nobody else's house had it like that.
Right.
And houses were very nice. I saw some luxury cars. And again, I'm not materialistic, but I'm just observing. But why does this guy have armed security? So he told me his name. I won't say what his name was. He's probably not with us anymore. He wasn't like super old or anything, but he like 60. So, you know, that was 87. That was 40 something years ago, unless he happens to be 100 something, you know, right now. So anyway, he's like, Lance, how's everything? It's good to meet you. I said, it's good to meet you too. You know, is he going to spend the night? So we have food, we have a chef, we have rotating chefs. We have one we keep here at night just in case, you know, you want something late, you know, cooked up. I'm like, what the heck? You know what I mean? And our present chef that's here now, she leaves in about, well, when did she leave, honey? Okay, there was a relationship. You know, he called her honey. Even though, you know, I'm still militant. Like, what this white man getting this black sister? Ugh. You know, so he's like, what do you want? We got so-and-so. We just had some of the best sushi you could have. Sushi?
Oh,
up
man.
on that hill in Jamaica? Can't happen. But you know, and she had an area that she lived in on the property, like, you know, the help and all that stuff, but she had to go somewhere. So she is looking very happy. And she went on the list of what she can make. She had another hour to be there. And so she made, I forgot what it was. Whatever it was delicious. Like I always say, I could have put a muddy, dirty shoe in a pot. And say, cook that up. And she'll cook it up and it'll be like, oh my God, this muddy boot tastes so good. I never had muddy boots like this before. Let me look out the grooves on the bottom of the boot. Brings you. I said, well, you know, my father, you know, he treated us. Now, mind my language now, right? I know I'm not cursing. I'm just saying, observe how I say it, because I got a punchline later on for that. I said, my father, you know, he wanted to treat me to a little birthday present. So, you know, he sent me and my girlfriend down here, and, you know, my first time down. He says, oh, how do you like it? I love it. He said, well, where are you from again? I mean, I can tell you from New York, but are you anyway? You still in New York? I said, yeah, I'm from New York, you know. It was a nice thing my father did for me, you know. Well, by all means, you know, you have a good family, right? I can tell you come from a good family. You hear the talk? You know? Family. I didn't know I was talking to a damn mobster who had access to funds beyond all imagination. And again, I was not starstruck or caught up in that, but I wasn't trying to hustle him. I'm talking like my family. He took it like I came from a crime family.
No.
And money was no object because my father decided to, you know. And then he says, well, did you come down and lay low a little bit, you know, till things cool off? I'm thinking, like, why did he say that? Like,
why did he say that?
Well, I'm thinking, well, till it was like late March, you know, early April, and it was still cold up there. You know, April can take on, April's bipolar. April can be warm, April can be rainy and cold. So I'm thinking, like, you know, stay down into the summer. And I'm like, well, not really, you know, it's not that kind of situation or whatever. I just want to come down, just, you know, just for fun. So I can take you to some spots later on. And, you know, later on he pulled me in the room. He says, whatever you want down here, you know, I can get you. He says, you know, we got some really gorgeous women down here that we, you know, have apartments and they're there and anything you want. And I'm like, so this guy's not really into his woman. But I found out later on that, you know, she was doing the nose candy thing and being his own personal freak and whatever. Like, maybe she did what she did so well over the other ones, but he had other women that he kept. He wasn't married to them. Doesn't mean it was right, but if she was cool with it, well, what can I say? So I'm getting a better look. So he says, listen, he convinced me to stay because he was so kind, but I had to sleep with one eye open. He says, I'm going to tell you one thing. And this is what frightened me. He says, if the DEA or FBI helicopters fly a little too low tonight, don't be scared. We don't have anything here that can get anybody in trouble. I was like, oh, shit.
Oh, my God.
They told me that late. It was like too late to go. I'm like, oh, man. Who is this guy?
I'll be out first thing in the morning.
I'm not going to say his name because his name has got to be still remembered in Chicago. So this guy was a dude. I'm not going to say he's a top guy or whatever. He was a guy. And, you know, those organizations can have hundreds of people. So I'm like, to my old girlfriend, I said, well, she's like, I talked to the girl there, the young black girl. And it just seems, you know, it's not that bad. They've never had anything happen here. As a matter of fact, he's dealt with them, but they have to do their job in posture, meaning that even those guys can be compromised. Right. Then the helicopters, like as intimidation, but they're taken care of, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah,
paid off. They're not gonna fly a helicopter all the way from America. They're there already, so there's interaction through not where he walked out. Here's some money, y'all. Land over there. Let me just get but it's been taken care of from way up in America. Exactly. So I'm getting an insight to this world just in the 2 days or 3 days that we were there. I did come back. I did stay.
Oh, okay.
You know, I did feel a little safe once I understood the dynamics. And I had a ball. And I remember, and I do realize that in one particular night, the last night we stayed, because he said to me again, he says, man, I got access to so much, man, and have some fun. Because that girl that my old girlfriend was talking to, who she knew, they talked and found out that what my old girlfriend, was a switch hitter, and she was, but nothing happened with them. So the man knew that, well, later on they had two girls come, dressed very nice, but their bodies were a little extreme. Like, he chose them for this. I didn't know that they were just friends, whatever. But when they went in the room with him, the two of them, she stayed out. She said, well, let me just go in and have a little fun. We'll be back. If you fall asleep, I'll see you in the morning. They never came out the room.
Oh, wow.
Giggling and laughing, and then it got real quiet.
Oh, wow.
Then she came out in a robe that she was closing to run to the kitchen. The door was cracked, and I saw nothing but legs and thighs and stuff in the bed way back, intermingled. I said, oh, man, that's what they doing in there. But it wasn't like I didn't know about that kind of stuff or was doing that kind of stuff myself, right?
Right.
Okay, they're doing their thing. But, he really was very nice to me aside from that. Because when we went to the bank, they gave us some difficulty in pulling the money out. So this is what it made me look like a mobster to him. I said, my father has a bank account down here. And I didn't know exactly until I got to the bank how much the money chewed down. And again, it wasn't $1 million. It was $40,000 that got chewed down to about 10.
Oh, God.
The guy who was a judge, a retired judge, took all that other $30,000 a little bit at a time, figuring, well, I'm a little older but he might die and we'll have the rest. And the wife that was her money I was taking. No. I'll never forget how she squealed like that. No. So he was like, well, listen, he says, I'm going to help you. He had went down to the bank and had a lot of pull there. But he had my money, my father's money, which my father said, no, that's your money. You enjoy yourself. He had it changed over. Something's tickling my throat. To American
water?
Yeah. Do I have water here? I'm so greedy. Yeah, I got water. Hold on. To American Express traveler's checks.
Right. Oh, yeah. Back in the day, that's what you did. Yeah.
Yeah, because that money could not be taken out. I think it was a little more than 10. Really and true. That wasn't like, oh, just leave one of them. No, you ripping it. I'm taking all of it. My daddy said so. So he thought that my father was this guy who was heading over some family, evidently they're black, that probably worked along with the mafia. And so it was like in his mind a kindred spirit, because I was laid back, chilling, relaxed, like, I was intelligent back then. And so it was like, I'm having problems getting rid of this webcam thing in the chat. Looking there,
I just knocked them out a while ago. What happened?
Okay, because I didn't touch the thing, so it didn't show that. Okay. As long as you got it, So he's thinking I'm some little junior mafia type, not like the rap group, but I'm just saying. So we got there and he says, well, listen, it's a pleasure doing business with you. And if I can help you out, I didn't understand. I still knew, but I was like, it didn't hit me that he thought that I was part. And he said, well, maybe we can do business together when you come back. He says, when are you coming back? And I lied. I was like, oh, we'll be back in like 2 months. You know what I mean? I kind of rolled with it like, yes, this young capo, But I was curious and he wanted to do business together. And then he told me, and I'm not in that anything like that, but I was just curious. But he says, on the way up, I have a few connections that will allow you to bring some stuff up if you want. There's nothing like that Jamaican weed. I'm like, I'm not doing that. But he says he has people that are that are worked out at the airport that, we'll get through. And this is 1987. It would never feel like that right now. After 911 and all this and all that, I understand. But if you try, it's going to be very difficult. But back then it was still wide open. And Jamaica didn't have any kind of technology. I mean, they had their ways or whatever, but they, looking for money. And so he had people rock solid. He says, you have to worry about nothing. He says, all I'll do is I'll have my guy get you some nice sandals with a really thick heel. And we're going to carve out, And we can get other things if you want to have or make it a money transaction. It'll be my treat to you as much as you can put in there, and you distribute it the way I'm like, what the heck is this guy trying to tell me? He's trying to make me put cocaine on my sandals? Pure stuff? I'm not impressed with that. I was scared saying it like that in my mind. Nah. No. I'm good. I don't want my freedom taken. I'm not even playing that game. Where I know people, we all know people. I know people.
And the day you get there, the people ain't there.
but nah. Be like, yo, just give me a little something for this. Take this, man. You get this from. Nah, I don't play like that. Nah. I'm not getting locked up. Only for being a revolutionary, but not like that.
Right.
And I ain't getting locked up. But he wasn't pushing it like he was desperate. It was like a casual thing. And he had that stuff in his little, it's not a coffee table. It was a little coffee table in the bedroom that was hot. It was hot. It looked like a coffee table that was tall. And when he wanted to show me the way he had his bathroom set up in his personal bedroom, and two girls were fast asleep and the covers slid off. I was like, oh my God. You know what I mean? Now I'm still a young man. I kind of stood in the doorway of the bathroom in the bedroom like, it's like, Lance, I know what you like what you see, but
why are these people able to still come back?
Well, they come back. It's the same name, but it's a different page. The way they said it. When they spam you that way, okay, you got them, I guess, because I'm trying to knock them out from here. Yeah. No. It's like me saying, come to TheLanceScurv.com. I might have 50 pages, right? But it says the same thing. If you were to check the URL of that page, it's a different one than the one, but they chose to spam me. And if you notice, they're not dropping a real link. If you notice what they did, because I don't allow links drop, not because I don't want my family to drop them here, our family here under the whole LanceScurv thing, but random people try you and, buy my sneakers here, check out my mixtape, all this stuff, right? So what they do, webcams.chat and there's a space between the com, so it doesn't read it as a website. You understand? So that's how they get by. They get the message, because you'll see that. You're like, oh, they want me to put a space. No, you see it. You know what it is. Or you see a site put in a thing, webcams -chat and spelled out .dot and then com.
Sure.
They won't read it as a link.
Right.
But if you put a real link in, it's blocked. I can remove that, but we'll be spammed. You know what I mean? It's a shame that, I can't allow links to be dropped like that.
No.
Only we can do it. And this is the reason why. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's the reason why.
Right.
So must mean, we have some type of viewership or something. The numbers don't really reflect. But yeah, that was amazing. But he was sincere. He wasn't some like psycho acting guy or whatever have you. He was, I saw a nice guy, but them people there, they'll turn on you. If I cross them, it won't even be him doing it. He'll just be snuffed.
Exactly.
Seeing those guys walking around, it reminded me of the Smooth Criminal video. Toward the end, when Michael Jackson was trying to get out of that juke joint, you saw through the windows that weren't clear these guys walking around with the machine guns, and you saw the silhouette, but I think that was Smooth Criminal toward the end. Yeah, that's what it looked like. Walking, and there were more at night. There had to be like 6 of them. Like, damn. He's a target. He's a white man in this big looking house.
Yes.
But all these women running around naked in his room, and later on, the last night was just off the chain. It was like they ain't even holding back. I got to go to the bathroom, which was in the room. Then I was like, Don, I'm going out. Oh, I said a name. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I said, I'm going out to the kitchen to get something, And she laughed. She says, well, you don't come back right away. I know what you're doing. And we had a kind of open situation like that, She said, if you want to do something, it's okay. And I'm like, So I went to the kitchen, and then somebody put their hands over my eyes, giggling. And I felt these huge breasts in my back. I said, that ain't my girlfriend's breasts. And she grabbed my hand and tried to pull me in the room. I said, listen, it's okay. I saw how you were looking at me, and your girlfriend said it's okay because I talked to her early on. And so I had to lie. I said, okay, give me like 15 minutes. Gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be out there. I went in the bedroom and closed the door. I'm not no like weirdo, like, right? But it just, you know, this was cool. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy.
You had all of that to go back home to.
Yeah, give me a break from the wild living for at least 2 weeks or a week. Right? You know, you know, it was amusing and I did enjoy myself. At first, I was a little scared. Like, what there's gonna be shootouts up in here, you know? And I'm not used to seeing, like, even here in a crowd. Cops, the regular cops, you know, a lot of them don't even have guns on them. Some do. But when you go to those other police, like military police, and they have checkpoints when you're leaving certain regions, you're pulling up, you see 4 of them with machine guns pointed down. That whole look like, I'm glad it's a brother. If I see 4 white men in Africa with machine guns,
you know it's a wrap.
I ain't Superman, but we turning that vehicle around. I'm running in the bush. I don't care how many black mambas are in there or pythons or whatever. 'Cause we got that out here. Be careful, you know.
I know.
It's something, but you know, it's just life experience and you know things you've experienced, and you can live to tell these things and stuff. And
right.
You know, what would have happened to him? You know, he flew back and forth frequently to the United States, but he was involved in some kind of mob activity.
Right.
He was straight chill. When you get to know these guys, and I've known guys from a distance that I known of them. The closest that I came, you know, when I bumped into John Gotti on 2nd Avenue, you know, walking through his restaurant, I was walking fast and aggressive, and I bumped into him, and I looked at this face, oh my God, because I'm like, who is this guy? You know,
right?
Shoot, that's John Gotti. Well, his son lived in Howard Beach and beyond, John Gotti Jr. And this has got to be back like in the early 80s, like 1980, 81, 82. In that particular gym, I stopped training at and went to the one in Ridgewood, Zin's gym. But the one where I painted the sign, I did the design for the T-shirt and stuff like that. That was 3 blocks away from where I lived, and that was Powerhouse Gym. So they were telling me every now and then, because John Gotti Jr. was doing bodybuilding, right? Not competing, but just, you know, he's working out. It was pretty developed, you know, in a basic way. But when the other gyms were closed, he knew that they were driving by and, can I get a workout? And the owner was like, I know your face from somewhere. So he's like, he smirked, you know, yeah, we probably ran into each other, whatever. And he's getting his workout, get ready to go. And the owner's like, I know you. You know, it's not a bad thing. He says, you know me. Okay, you know who I am. Who am I? He said, I don't want to say it.
Oh, wow.
And so, you know, every second week, if they were like, and I never met him. I never saw him there because I wasn't training them, but they told me. The one thing that, and I can say his name, Junior, my friend, and he's in that picture with me on stage, that group shot, right? He told me that they were pulling up to come get a workout, and he had somebody else in there, and he let him train for free. I guess like, well, you're all who you are, so go ahead, don't worry about it. And he pulled up next to him, and this was at nighttime before the gym closed, like around 10 o'clock. It's about 9:30, but he kept it open later for him. So he pulled up next to him parallel, and then when they turned and looked like, who's this pulled up next to us? They both ducked.
What?
You know how they living? You know what I mean? They both ducked for a second. Yeah. And realized who it was and say, oh man, glad, you know, like, what did you do?
Oh gosh. What the hell does ducking do? I mean, spray up the side of the car door.
Understand, like in New York back in those days, and also in the rap world where things were budding and you'd see a LL Cool J or Biz Markie. These guys, it wasn't a world famous thing. It was a local thing back then. Right. You go to Texas and say, back at a certain time in the early 80s, LL Cool J, who the hell is that? But as they went mainstream, the world embraced them. But you could think back when they were just dudes you see in the street. Right. You know what I mean? So just growing up in that rich era, that was one of the, I can say, you know, there are other eras that were rich, but there's no way that 20 more years can go by and they don't do a movie about that rich talent, the crack era, the police brutality, the creativity, the intensity of that change from New York was never pure, but certain things like in the 70s, you know, you had people freebasing, but there was no crack like that. Exactly. There was no AIDS like that. The homos were homos in a certain part of town, but at the AIDS opened that whole thing up, it just a lot of things that happened in that transitional period that was so, I'm not saying these things are magical, but it was a magical period of so many things happening where the world would never go back to what it was. And I'm just so grateful that I came up in an age, which was that age, but in an age being in my 20s, 17 at 1980, 27, 1990. So my 20s, most of my 20s and my late teens were through the 80s. And I had my exploits in the 70s. The younger guy who was developed. So being in that and being one who always wanted to go out and see what was going on and still living clean. So when I say I live fast, it wasn't a drugs thing. It wasn't a crime thing. It was a girlfriend thing, but it was also an action thing. You want to see where the things are going on. And we were constantly out there. Any one of my friends, they can come in and tell you that this is the way it was. And for many other people, come on, man, let's go to the city. Let's go to Manhattan. We weren't necessarily going anywhere. We'd walk up and down and, talk to girls and laugh at certain situations. You're in Times Square and there's two dudes fighting. It looked like boxers, but they fighting. They might have been fighting over like who's selling drugs to who or whatever have you. You see a white dude, running down the street with his pants around his knees and, some hooker stabbed him, when she was, acting like she was performing the act. Never touched him. It was just, that's why they wore their hair big. Oh, white guy, oh, it feels so good. Oh. And it's her hand, a little Vaseline on the hand, and she's going up and down. At the same time, she's picking his wallet. You see things. You see things. You got to be careful of that.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
That's
right. I remember when I had Jerry curls. Yeah, I had Jerry curls. And at the time when I was bodybuilding, and so a couple of us were walking down the street down on the west side, like around the club called the Tunnel. The clubs were so hot. I was not a club guy, but the clubs were so hot, not hot temperature wise, but hot banging with energy and, young rappers that were destined to be famous, that were local, and the women that were there, that even if they didn't go in the club, because some clubs on certain nights, you had to be picked by the bouncer to go in. You know what I mean? You might be dressed to the hilt and they never let you in. They point to this bummy looking dude who might be right. He's a bummy looking dude. You might be the most gorgeous woman out there, and you stuck out there mad. Like, you didn't choose me? I'll give you a blowjob to let me get in. It was like that.
Wow.
So you can go and park your car and walk around with these clubs, some of them close together, and stand out there, and it's like you were in the club. Because there are 40 or 50 people standing out there waiting to get in. They have fun while they're out there. Well, drink out here. The music is booming. You hear the beat. You dancing out there. What's your name? So you see guys rapping, the girls, whatever. Come on, let's go to the next club. It's crazy. And so you got prostitutes around the corner. You walk down the street and you see certain things going on. See the heads going up and down. You see somebody in the alleyway. God. Yeah, you see this. It was a circus. All the way from, I would say, 14th Street, or actually 15th Street. It was never really 14th Street, because 14th Street, they had this club called Mars. It's a weird club. They had a black night once a once a week. But that was a meat market down in the cobblestone streets.
Yeah.
Starting from 15th Street with the prostitution. Those blocks, 15th, 16th, 17th, in the early 80s, middle 80s, even coming up a little more, the old New York, the way it was, nothing but trannies. We didn't hang around there too long, but it's like, over, and we didn't like go zigzag every street, but over the years, you go out there and drive around and look at what's out there. Nothing but men in dresses.
Wow.
Dudes walking around, or they're standing up on the parking meter like, I'm just standing here 3 a.m, just looking at the beauty of the moon. No, you hanging around because you're going to make your move with this dude. All 12 feet tall with the tall hair and the stiletto heels and the size, 13 pumps. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that real soon. That might be the comedy that I'll throw some jokes in and tell some old New York stories about things I've seen. You walk around, And it will be a comedy
We've
night.
kind of done that.
We have a New York flavor to it. You know, things, just random things you walk in. Because remember, I went to high school in Manhattan.
Right.
My father, most of his work was in Manhattan. He was an independent contractor. He did his work, and I'm born in Manhattan, you know? Mm-hmm. So I know it, and I had no fear. When I was training and stuff and playing around with boxing, but doing bodybuilding, and you know when you're young, you don't even have to bodybuild. You feel indestructible.
That's true. That's true.
Testosterone going through your system. Mm-hmm. So here I am, well trained. I'm like, I don't care how big you are, I'm gonna take you down. I didn't have the chip on my shoulder, but when it came to somebody trying to intimidate me, it wasn't happening. Right, I knew I could catch a punch or get gutted and get hit and hurt and break my jaw. What you think I'm gonna be doing? Standing there? Mm-mm. So I walk with an extreme confidence that wasn't really cockiness. It's just I'm like that lion, that tiger walking through the jungle. I'm cool because I know half you ain't gonna mess with me, and if you do, I'm gonna get you. I didn't think I was some super fighter or whatever. I just had that confidence because I took care of myself. So late at night, you can go around the deadest streets and look up and see a building that's 20 or 30 stories high. And on the 25th story, you faintly hear music. And it's a crazy party up there. Mm-mm. You had parties on Monday nights when you pick the most exciting night in another city. Now, I'm not saying Chicago, Atlanta, Miami. They had it booming too. But back then, before Miami was really Miami.
Right.
In Atlanta was really Atlanta, pre-Olympics in the 90s. It was a nice place to live in Southern hospitality. Atlanta couldn't compare to New York City back then. Chicago could to a point, but it wasn't New York. It had its own flavor. Chicago and New York are cousins. A lot of similarities, right? So I can't put it down, but trust me, New York was the SHIT.
It was.
It was. And without, in those close years where, say from when crack came out, 83 into 84, you go back 5 years, 78, the end of the disco era at them times, and the crack came in and the herpes was there, and, the crack was the police brutality even more so, even though it was still going on. So there's a lot of transition within 5 years. Then you move into the mid 80s and things with Public Enemy came out. Rap music changed, got more conscious, more militant, and the powers that be had to shut it down in 89 and 90 and bring in SWA and gangster rap and promote sex and drugs and cars, materialism.
Right.
So in that transition, I'm explaining this because I'm not
dynamics.
Like I'm some know-it-all. I just grew up at a time when there was so much to absorb, and I didn't even know where things were going. A lot of us didn't know. But now in hindsight, you get on YouTube, you're like, yo, I remember that. And so you remember everything. You didn't do everything. So you didn't grow up in the era I grew up in. And just because I look a little younger than my age, don't let that fool you. You know what I mean?
Right.
Folks are dead, gone, shot up, incarcerated, lost their mind, drugged out. And these are faces that I see in my head that I'll never see again. And so this is why for many of us who, not my exact age, but who are in that age group, born in 63, so 83 when crack really hit, into 84, I was 20.
Right. So
I was robbed of a world around me, of a semblance of normalcy that I got used to. You understand? When people were moving into Queens from Manhattan, and Queens was like the Long Island back then. They would say in Manhattan, people who had apartments that were forever living there and didn't want to go nowhere, they might have been older or they didn't have enough money to really pick up and leave. And, oh, you moving out to Queens, you moving out to the country. That's how people said it for Manhattan. Oh, you moving up country? It was had more trees, and you had fireflies, and you had, rabbits and snakes. You can't even see a firefly anywhere in New York anymore. Rabbits? Show me. Snakes? Where? It's nothing but concrete. The backyards were plush. They were like a wonderland for a child. coming up. The smell of when you cut your lawn and water the plants, and the houses weren't big, they were close together. But to a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7, those were like mini mansions.
Of course.
Grow up, you have your own room. So it was a sweet time, but I kind of caught every little change because I was there. And I was a little kid, and coming up into teenage years, I just absorbed everything. And I loved it. And it hurt because when the drugs came around and my brother was always on something, it really took him out. When the crack came, I remember he showed up at the front door. After not seeing him for a couple months, I didn't know who it was.
Are you serious?
I thought it was Tales from the Crypt.
Stop it.
He's like a skull with glasses.
What?
What is that? No, he wasn't a heavyweight in anything. He wasn't built or muscular. But damn, he lost so much weight.
Oh my God. I knew a girl where I was working. Her name was Bertha. And you know what they always say about Berthas, right?
Go ahead.
Okay. I said her name was Bertha, this girl that I used to work with. And I mean, she lived up to the name, really lived up to the name Bertha.
That's what was that to you? Because I knew a Bertha who was in 121 Elementary, PS 121 in South Ozone Park that I went to. And
Bertha got a big old butt.
Yeah, she did, but she was not a butch lesbian. But I do believe I'm suffering an orgasm, right? Mm-hmm. But she had a hell of a shape.
Yeah, this one too.
But she wasn't dainty, right?
Oh, okay.
Bertha, from the waist up, wasn't no dude. She had ample breasts and stuff like that, and she had weight on her, but she wasn't fat. Mm-hmm. She had probably, looking back, a little more muscle than most young ladies, but she was strong as heck. Mm. And I'll tell you, she was not a butch. She loved me. And she was a couple of years, 2 or 3 years old. I think she was in junior high school. Whatever grade I was in, she was old. But she lived around that school. And we go there after school. We stay at school. We let our parents know we're going to stay after school and play some softball. And one of the parents would drive past, make sure that we're all right, and go back and tell the rest of the people on the block, like, yeah, they're down there. They good. Mm-hmm. And we got to know some of the people who lived right by the school, and it was cool, if we had to use the restroom or whatever. Right. It was a family-oriented neighborhood. So Bertha would come over there and want to play with us. Like, she wasn't 10 years older, so she might have been 2 years older than us. And everybody wanted Bertha on the team because every time she hit that softball, she knocked it over the damn fence. If you saw on first sight, you'd be like, that's a young butch lesbian. But she wasn't.
Right.
I thought so even at a young age. I'm like, nah. Because Bertha every now and then was getting pregnant like crazy. Not to say she couldn't mess with women, but she did not. Because when confronted, say, no, I don't get that. I've seen women hit on her who thought she was.
Oh, wow.
Later on, as we got older. That kind of thing wasn't going on when I was in elementary school, as far as like this one came out and publicly hit on her. No, you didn't do that back then. Right. You just saw people around each other. You see this masculine dude hanging around this little dainty guy, and you know what the dainty guy was doing, but you keep seeing them together. You see him coming out of his house late at night. You see him going over there. Ain't nobody holding hands, kiss him, doing nothing like that. But you know what was going on.
Oh, wow.
Right? Mm-hmm. And because of the parents that I have, because their energy's still here, their bodies may be, recycled, but, I overheard their conversations and knew, and they told me reality. My father was never holding back. You see the woman there? You see, she gives little cues. The short hair, not that it means when you have short hair, down the ball hair, but when you have them butches, they go against anything feminine.
Right.
They like the feminine women. So they wear the little rough jeans and, have little keys on the side. That was big back in the day. I'm not saying it's universal now, but, like we're busy, like we're rough, like, And I found out the way to deal with butchers from young. They didn't have no problem with me at all. But I just treat them like a guy, and they love you. Like when you walk up to a dude and, slap him 5, hey, my man, what's going on? I'm not going to call it, whatever, like my man, you know, hey, my man, whatever. Yo, what's up? How you doing? What's up?
Right.
Then like you help them have that man moment. I'm not making fun of them. I'm just saying how you give them that little piece, right? Just on the real level. You see, yo, I'm a young guy. Dang, and you're doing this to appease yourself to them, like letting you know I'm not condoning this, but I'm accepting you who you are. See, dang, that girl over there. Man, look at that backside. For real, Lance. Man, I cracked up in one's face one time, right? There was one in my neighborhood, and the son maybe follows me, so I don't want to say. Because I know if he's good, probably said, oh man, let me Google Lance's names. He probably follows me silently. So I don't want to say any names, whatever have you. But, his mother was that, Butch. Mm-hmm. So late one night, or it was late on a Sunday night, and I had a party. Some girls came by the crib. Mm-hmm. And they were leaving Sunday morning. And Sunday night, homegirl slid across the street. And she's like, yo, what the hell you be doing up in there? I was like, what do you think? Yo, can you put me down? That's impossible. Wow. But she was so, extreme with it. And it wasn't like, I knew they wouldn't have went for that, Because she was not, I won't say she was slimy, but she just came off, nice girl, but she was really deep into that. And I know that she had issues with, shooting substances in her arm. Like
Lord.
She was out of that, but it was like, I knew she was doing that every now and then. Mm-hmm. But she's a very nice person. And she told me her story. Mm-hmm. She told me a story that let me know what she'd been through.
Oh, wow.
So I had a lot of sympathy. I treated her, but I never rejected that other side of her. Sometimes to reach somebody, you can't say, well, you're cool, but I don't, even if you don't, just let it pass.
Right.
So the thing that got me when I cracked up in her face, right? She says, yeah, because that one that was leaving out early. Yo, let me tell you something. I used to get up, on a Sunday morning, 10, 11, because I would be out there looking at HBO and everything with her was and shit. We all know that person that can't stop. And I have to say it, the word, right? For the effect. Mm-hmm. I woke up this morning and shit. Ate breakfast and shit. Mm-hmm. Took a shit and shit. Everything is and shit. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I came out, looked out the window and shit. It was about 7:30, man. That girl that came out, oh God, that honey was sweet and shit.
Oh my God.
She had on. So the next week, I ain't waking up no 10 o'clock, no 11 o'clock in the morning and shit. Check this out. My ass was up from 6 and shit. And I was sitting on the porch waiting to see what was coming out of your house. Especially if I saw them little colored lights flashing down the side of your house. I knew something was going on. So when you gonna put me down?
Wow. Wow.
And the punchline was that I'm a man. I have certain organs, of course. Mm-hmm. That I have children. Mm-hmm. You know what she told me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if you invite me over and I'm up in that joint, up in your crib, that one there, I'm going to be all up in that. And I'm like, in my mind, what? Yeah, Julie, there's always one that don't care whether they're around white folks or anywhere. They be in church, giving a testimony. They're going to say the word, man, that, or here it is, right? They put nigga in front of your name. Mm-hmm. Yo, I was hanging out with my nigga Lance, and I saw nigga Carlos come up, right? And then we see nigga Teray come up. It's like, wait a second. Like, is this a title? You know what I mean? I understand it. But every time they say something, now if they don't know the person, that dude, Billy.
Right,
right. That nigga Billy? But it's a term of endearment where, nigga Lance, man. And even in a sentence, you keep saying my name, but you keep putting nigga in front of it. Mm-hmm. Lance was something else, man. Remember he had that girl in the crib, right? And he left the window cracked so we can see. I've done some crazy things, right? Man, that girl was big, man. Nigga Lance was going to town, right? Nigga Lance crazy. Like Nigga Lance. Like that's some unknown name or title that, you know, and then we get mad when white folks call us that. Ain't that something? That's crazy. So
They're not supposed to.
So she was like, yeah, I'll be all up in that. I'm like, you ain't bringing no strap on up in there, but you know, like, what do you? But that's the mentality. That's the mentality. So you treat them like straight up dudes, and they'll love you forever, especially when you are what they will call an alpha male. I don't call myself anything, you know, but when they look up to you like that, and you give them the attention, like, oh, we having a man-to-man conversation. You don't grade them.
Right.
You know, so if they use that nigga word and they love you, but yo, nigga Lance, what's up? And you stop.
Oh, damn.
Whatever, you touch shoulders, you know what I'm saying? You don't look at the fact they have breasts or hips they're trying to hide.
Right.
A straight up dude, especially when they grab an imaginary nuts, then you know that they gone with it. You know, so you talk to him like a man. You can get away with, you can't go to a hetero woman who, I'm not saying the butch chick ain't respectable in some kind of way, because you know what? They ain't gonna have no harm coming to no children around you. Yo,
right.
Motherfuckers come around here with that pedophile shit. You know I got their asses. We gonna fuck them up. You know what I mean? They ain't tolerating certain things. So on a moralistic level, they may be a little more pristine than some other people who let things go and just, I don't care about that. They ain't letting certain things slide. I'm telling you what it is. But like, you can go to them if you have that camaraderie. Like if they got like a girlfriend, they gonna be paranoid, like, hope that nigga ain't trying to take my woman. You know, because there's sometimes that dick thing, like they got dicks and she thinks about going back. That's why they don't like no bisexual woman. No, they don't even want to play with them half the time. When they find out you bisexual as a woman, they don't be bothered with you because you might go back to the other side. There's always that potential.
Right.
Don't be coming over here like no experiment and playing around because you're going to play around with a woman for a little while and you go back and I find out you got married to some dude and you don't play no more.
Because they worse than a guy when that shit happens.
Yeah. Oh, man.
They're worse than the guy.
You got the chat room thing there? Let me see.
I got it.
Oh, God, you good. We swapped mosquitoes up in the chat room up in here today. So when you gauge and you figure out how they are and you talk to them, like, yo, let me check this out. Man, your girl is dope. Man, she got it going on, but you know what? I don't get down like that. Oh, no. You ain't got to say it, Lance. I know that, man. It's like, not because I get around, you know, but I don't play like that with people I respect and I love. You family, I don't do that. No, I got you. Yo, Lance, right? I'm a little low on cab fare, right? I want to send my girl home, but I said, you need money? No, just drop her. I said, okay, cool. You know what? That shows me how much you trust me. Oh, no, right. I know you got me, my nigga Lance. I'm still going to have my girl call when she get there, you know what I mean? Because your dick might talk to you a little more when you see what, you know. I said, nah, you know, I'm just joking with you. Now, if they got some plaything around them, it's like, yo, Lance, man, I got this honey coming over later on. Ooh, man, I want you to see her. I know you'd like to jump on that. They like when they choose or have a woman who gonna go with them who's a heterosexual looking woman, but down with the lesbianism, and they see that a man wants it. Not one that I'm gonna try to take it from you, but yo, that chick was tight.
Right.
Man, and then here, you gotta give man props, right? I know you tore that up. Damn sure did. I gave an exclusive move.
Oh, God.
This is just surviving, man, with people who do different things than you and knowing how to talk and come together on a certain level. It's all communication. It's a different language. Folks will say, oh, you're condoning lesbianism and you're pushing that and you're being, you know, no. But you go around different people, and my father taught me to know how to talk to everybody.
Right.
And you'll always have backup. You'll always have a place to duck and run and hide. Not that I did dirt like that, but I'm just saying you'll always have a support across the board. And it's sincere. You know what I mean?
I do.
That's a skill that comes from growing up around different factions of people.
Right.
If I grew up in Tuscaloosa, I may not be exposed to different types like that.
That's
So
where I
those
grew
who
up.
grew up in places that were a little more, boondocks and way out there, they may not understand.
You heard me,
Oh,
right?
here.
I grew up in Tuscaloosa. I don't. I grew up in a box.
See your man, nigga Lance this, nigga Lance that.
I know. Let's see, Amir.
Even when they call you across, yo, nigga Lance. Now, I'm in the neighborhood now, so, it's nothing odd. And I hear the voice, I know who it is. If I walk through a white neighborhood, yo, nigga Lance.
Excuse me.
Pow!
Beat his ass. That's right.
Yeah. But not now as an older man. I know what you're trying to get a rise out of me. I'm not in my territory. I'll say something slick. What's up, Cracker Joe? You know what I mean? You find your penis. You've been looking for. You had to pee for the longest time. You still ain't find it? Piss a little in your pants and look where the spot is, and you can find your little dick. We'll save it for comedy night or New York comedy night.
And he'd be like, how does he know?
Because I saw your girlfriend perform an act on you because your thing is so small, I didn't see her head move. If you had an inch, it would move an inch, but it didn't move.
She twirled her tongue around it. Let me get off this thing.
Let me wrap it down. We put some bonus beats in there. I got a few things to do. Now, possibly because we went on a little longer, I might not go down to the busy area and walk around with her. Might do that tomorrow, but we will be back with Beatrice Noel. I will record something and we will do a show after that. I don't know what time it's going to be, but just keep checking the channel. Make sure you're subscribed, y'all, because, nigga, YouTube is on some shit.
YouTube my God.
Shit. I gotta get up on here and I gotta jump in the shower and shit and throw down a little more food and shit and clean up this place and rewire some stuff and everything is and shit.
I know. I know.
You hang around them long enough, you'll start talking like that. As pristine and decent as Elegy is, well, Lance, later on, I have to go to the supermarket and shit. Stop that! You've been hanging around the wrong people. It rubbed off on you.
No. I can't speak like that.
No, I know you can't. But you translate and you understand, how people talk, and you're cool like that. You're multicultural in a good way.
I'm cool like that.
Because when you hear the word multicultural, it means like we're not saying black. We're including everybody else, and you're deluded right now. Multicultural. Just like when you put ice in the daggone drink at the fast food joint. Don't be putting no ice in there. Because by the time I'm near the end of the meal, it don't taste sweet no more. And you trying to, what kind of coon are you? You don't own this fast food joint, but you putting ice in the bad boy. That's giving me less drink.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Put 2 cubes of ice in there. A little bit.
Let me put my ice in. Let me put
a thimble full of drink in that bad boy.
Let me put my ice. Give me my full container. I'll get some ice.
Exactly. And I get that hurt off of that.
Right.
And do you know in some of the fast food restaurants here in Accra, like in the States, like, let me get 3. They'll tell you, how many extra ketchups do you want? How many extra salts do you want? Here, you ask for a ketchup, you're gonna pay for 1 CD you can get 5 ketchups.
Oh,
and the CD's done. You gonna pay. I think for 1 CD you get 2.
Oh, very nice, Tina. Did you download it? Oh, nice.
Okay,
nice,
great,
nice,
great.
Nice.
Great. And of course, at some point before the weekend is over, we're going to have Sister Danina on and shit. Of course, Empress LG will be there and shit.
And shit.
Y'all going to go out in the world today and you're going to hear somebody talking like this and say, that damn Lance.
I know.
Exactly.
Oh, my God.
That Lance. Shit. I'm hungry. I gotta get something.
I know.
Damn. They write a paragraph as half a sentence if they take shit out of it.
Oh my gosh. Well, Tina, enjoy. I just got mine in the
Yes.
mail 2 days ago.
So
I
nobody
have
was
to.
ready and shit.
I know, Synovia, you're ready and shit. Good for you, girl. and
For the
you
next 90
don't be
seconds, let's have a and shit display in the
and
chat
shit.
room.
You know, I
You
gotta
only do
go
it
and
twice.
shit.
See, Julia, you got to correct that. Lance, you so silly. No, shit, Lance, you so silly and shit.
I know. Oh, God. I don't know. Somebody texted me and said they sent you a message and you didn't respond to it. I don't know if you're seeing your.
But just now, like recent?
Yeah, right now.
Okay, well, I'm going to come out of the phone
Are you
StreamYard.
on the phone? Oh, okay.
No, no, I have it all muted and everything, just in case.
Okay.
Just in case I fall off and shit. Yeah. People who are regulars that are just coming in. Oh my God, Lance is degrading. He's low vibrational and shit.
Happening here?
Talking like that.
I know. Too much.
Let me check.
Just check. That's all.
Okay,
and
yes.
shit.
So anyway, we gonna wrap it down and shit. And
that's it. And
nigga
shit.
Lance got things. No, I'm not saying I'm that. It's a running joke for anybody who's just come in. You know, we've been on for like a little less than 4 hours. You know, so this is how we have fun. If I have the time, I'm gonna spend it. I got a few things to do and shit. And later on, you know, shit. I'm gonna. Oh
my God.
What really cracked me up was one of my friends was drunk, and he was using the shit word with everything. And he was like, then at one point he used the word shit to like say, like when you say shit, and he was so drunk he said shit and shit. That cracked me up. I'm like, man, you're going too far with this. Going too far with this.
Get off the phone.
And it was the kind of family. It was funny because it was the kind of family where they had a different type of relationship with each other.
Oh, God.
Because the mother would playfully curse the son. The son was like 8 years old.
What?
And the mother was in her late 20s. And I think the husband was like early 30s or something like that. So the mother, like say for example, she was playful with him, but she'd cuss all the time. She was really bad with the cussing. If she had a podcast, it would be just a cussing podcast. But she made sense that she was very intelligent and hardworking, but she cursed too much. But it was shocking. I didn't know how to handle it. When I went over their house and saw how they operated amongst each other. So the father's sitting in the living room, and he was a and shit kind of guy.
Oh, wow.
Give me one of them bottles of soda out the kitchen and shit. But the son never talked that way. He's young. So one time the son pissed the mother off really bad. He was a good kid, but he made a mistake and did something, and something busted all open. And it's like he shook up a soda and didn't put that lid on it, the cap on it good, and it busted all over the refrigerator. Now should take everything out and wipe down the sugary whatever, you know, in the fridge. So she came out piping mad. But it wasn't mad like I'm really going to beat you down or something like that. But she was mad. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm, okay, you're mad. You know, she didn't ever beat him. But she's like, I'm sick of you. I'm really sick of you. And the son wasn't scared or anything because he's used to the kind of talk. And she would act out, but she wasn't really super angry. You know, sometimes I just think to myself, I should have swallowed you when I had the chance.
Oh,
my God. Tell your son that the son knew what that meant.
Oh,
and he was always cool with, Daddy. Oh. Mommy said that she should have swallowed me when he had the chance. I was like, oh man, how you gonna do that? Ain't that something?
Ain't that something?
Yeah.
Ain't that something?
It's crazy. So, you know, it is what it is. We're going to wrap it down, and it's all good. Progress is being made. We're focusing on progress and not the toxic stuff. We're going to come and have shows. We're going to talk about everything all day, every day. This is what I do. And the fun we have and just elevating and living a drama-free life.
Right.
If there's anything that brings drama or low vibration, I run. I can handle it, but I'd rather not. And like I said, for me, this is, as things have been evolving, we all have little obstacles and stuff, but this is happier and happy as I've ever been overall, and I'm pleased. And I just want to pursue the positive, for the rest of my life, and just share the good vibrations, and keep my damn money in my pocket, as you all should. People
That's
say, well,
right.
I don't mean like that. If you need me, I'm going to help you. If you're in a certain vibration, but there's just too many sharks out here. Too many. And one thing I will say that for those that don't understand, a platform that has gotten to this level, because there's people who got way more. I'm not even into that. I don't even care about the numbers, because there's the artwork that's coming. I got my stuff. I received the barrels. I got my stuff, my equipment, different things that's going to help the stream. I still have not opened the box of the thing I've been waiting for months.
Oh, wow.
I'm like that kid at Christmas. They got all the toys quick. And it's like, by the time he opened them, he didn't play, but he sleep. Happy sleep. So I'm looking for the elevation and looking for that and taking things to a level that I only dreamed of. And, and I want everybody to share in on that, the fun that we have and stuff like that. So, thank you for life. That has helped me to avoid a midlife crisis. Okay. It's like I always like to say, I'm so close to 60 that if I move the wrong way, 60 will be pregnant.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
I embrace that because, if I reject that, then I wouldn't be able to tell the stories I can tell.
Well, at least your little men can still do that.
Say it again.
I said, at least your little men can still impregnate 60.
The troops come marching in. But anyway, give us some words, Empress LG, before we sign off. I got so much to do, and I'm happy about it. We're going to come back on more shows.
Oh, gosh. Let's see. I don't know. 8 reasons why you can't turn a toxic relationship into a healthy partnership. Well, we kind of touched on, a lot of it. And if it's so toxic that first of all, if it's a toxic relationship that you haven't really worked on, there's no way you can have a partnership, because when you're in especially a partnership where you're working together, you'll mess each other up. You literally will mess each other up, mess up your business, mess up your plans, just mess up everything. Somewhere along the way, something's going to happen and it's going to create havoc. So you have to work on yourself. That's all I can say. Clean up yourself, work on yourself. If the relationship is toxic and it can't be reversed, get the hell out.
That's right.
And sometimes we don't make the choice to get out. Sometimes the choice is made for us. And we don't recognize it for what it is until sometime afterwards. And you're like, oh my God. Otherwise, you'll still be sitting in the toxicity of it, So if you see where it's not going to work and it's not going anywhere, don't be afraid to move on. Don't be afraid to take those steps. And please, for God's sake, if you're in a toxic relationship, don't try to start any kind of business, with each other. Don't do it. It is not going to work, because you're going to be in competition with each other. You're not going to be working together. It's going to be who can do what better, who's better at what, and it's not going to work. It's just not going to work.
Sister.
And
when it's like that, there's really no good in shit.
No. You know what? You just messed me up.
Please don't continue this. For those who call themselves Christians and they go into church or something like that, or they go into Bible study and they have you read a scripture, and they say, okay, you're gonna read it, Genesis so and so. God said, and let there be light and shit.
And shit. And the shit, and the stars are the and shit.
Don't be a car salesman and go over to the person who's buying the car here. Okay, sign here at the dotted line and shit. Don't go to McDonald's and ask for 3 Big Macs and shit. You just might at McDonald's.
Yes, Zenobia. Good point. Absolutely.
Order of shit and shit.
Good point. Good point. Good point.
Well, anyway, you said the good word. We out of here. We'll be back on multiple times, probably all through the middle of the night. I got nothing but time to throw shows. We're gonna get down. We're gonna have some fun. I'm gonna upload. Possibly, we have so many shows and things to do. The footage that I took with Lazia 75, the Black Unicorn. We're gonna be. I gotta call in a little while, but we're gonna be doing regular shows together. You know, she's the realist. Like I said, I really respect that woman and what she's doing, and I support her 1,000,000%. And go into a channel, subscribe. But we have so much to do under the hood and stuff with the website. Again, make sure to go to the email sign up. Now, where is it? I didn't even go. If you could drop it in there for me, I don't know.
What?
You know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The MailChimp, whatever. But
right.
I'll put it in. It's down below. Go down below in the description area. Everything you need to hit is there. The website is popping, LanceScurv.com, uploading everything we do every day.
I'm sorry again. Say that again. What do you want me to do?
The email sign up link. Drop it in the chat room so they can click it and shit. We're gonna ride this until it.
I don't even know if I can find it.
No, I'll find it because I'm close to I'm close to the channel shit.
Okay, because I wait a minute. I can't even think straight right now. I forget that I have the stupid thing. I could look for it. Look, Brother Lance, just find it and drop it in there, please.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna find it in a few moments and shit.
Amir.
Yeah, to show here. I already cuss us too much over there. I'm unsubscribing. You know, tally ho. I'm good. Okay, let me find this shit and shit.
Oh, geez, Louise.
Here we go.
You found it?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm dropping in the room and shit right here. There you go.
Okay,
there you go.
All right.
I shared it and shit.
Good. Very good. Very good.
Mm-hmm. And shit.
And shit.
Anyway.
You know what? I'm gonna have to go back into my bag of shit and
download the app, y'all. Download the app at the Google Play Store. Amazon. I never really say Amazon, but Amazon has it there. And
I have to go back and find that because I moved a lot of things around just so I could have them, close at hand.
Right.
And since you weren't promoting that for a while, I kind of didn't, I didn't move that closer. So I have to find it now. Yeah, but okay.
It's okay. Things happen to the best of us and shit, So.
I know, for real. All right, that's enough.
For that. Anyway, yeah.
Join the Hyperfund group, guys. Join the Hyperfund.
Yes, get into the crypto. It is a good thing. We are doing it. We are happy with the results. More happy than I could ever imagine. I could not believe. And we're going to do, let's just go ahead and say we're going to do a show on Sunday, even if it's just the introductory thing and get audio on there to put it on. And we will just go ahead and do the format that I wanted. Or we'll just do that format and have him come on at the end.
Okay.
And we'll get some crypto news and talk. We'll talk to him to bring some people on who may be higher up in that because he's really, really deep in the thing.
He's moving now. He's moving like you wouldn't believe it.
Cash can crash, we know that.
Yeah.
And even that, I'm not gonna say can crash, but it's different where I can't see it crashing like that. Money gonna go first. Cash money.
Yeah.
Now, let's say you put all your eggs in one basket, but it's a huge world like that. And I'm gonna tell you, Black folks are always kind of like the last
to know. Yep.
To know and get their hands on something.
I'm not going to be the last one on no damn totem pole nowadays because I'm putting my fingers and toes into everything.
That's right.
Everything.
And so the way to reach us, like I said, Lance at LanceScurv.com or Empress at LanceScurv.com. If you want information on that, we're going to have shows to explain it.
And I just put a link just above Queen Murat right there. That's one of that's the last show that we did on the Hyperfund.
Right.
So you can just, click on that link and go and watch the show.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And anybody wants additional information, like Lance just said, send us an email, lance@lancescurv.com or empresselegy@lancescurv.com, and I will send it out to you.
Yes.
And for those that have already signed up and you haven't funded your membership, you're missing out. That's all I can say. You're missing out.
Big time.
It's $300, $500, or $1,000, $500, or $1,000. That's what the starting points. Get in where you fit in, but make sure you get in with monies that you don't need right away. That's the only thing I can stress. It can't be money that you're trying to scrape it together. No, don't do that.
Don't take anything important like that. But when you put it in there like that, it grows, and as it accumulates, it snowballs.
Right. And if you bring people in, it's even better.
And again, it's not multi-level marketing. You can put in what you put in, and it will still grow. And they will tell you how the frequency and how it grows. This is the thing.
Exactly.
It's not like, it might grow. No, it's going to grow. But if people come, you have to come under somebody. You see what I mean? And you can get people to come under you, and it will push you further, faster. But they're going to get in there, and they're going to get their family members in it. And it's going to but this is not multi-level marketing.
Right.
You don't get anybody under you. It'll just move a little slower, but it'll still move in a way where, I get this every month for putting in this. But you cannot cash out into a certain designated point. But you know what you will have. So it's good for everybody. So a whole family should get into it, where you decide who comes after, who comes before. Get into it. I don't condone anything I don't know about, or I'm doing it. We haven't done it a long time because we've been getting the platform together to be regular. I want to at least put 3 shows out a day, recorded stuff, whatever.
Right.
Now I'm getting back into the artwork side of things, where we'll be selling the merchandise, unique stuff. I have my digital tablet here. I'm going to do some crazy, phenomenal stuff that, in different areas, not just YouTube, but different areas that I will enjoy working in that has nothing to do with a channel or a page or social media, other things. So I have the time, I have the knowledge, and I'm bringing everybody along with me on different things that I do. If I'm doing it, it's like, this is good. And
Tina will let you know. Right.
Yeah. You will tell you, like, this is what I made, and I'll show you. No, I'm not a millionaire, whatever. But, I'm going to call Danita tonight. Maybe she might come on tonight too. Who knows? No, I won't overdo it, but I'll be like, I'm like that crackhead coming around like, you got some pieces?
Oh, man.
And what I want to do, because lots of times when she comes on, the live stream starts.
Exactly.
And I'm like, what the hell? So what we're going to do, we're going to record it. And it's not like we're keeping back, but when she starts dropping the gems, and she brings so much energy that it's like a live show, but it will be perfect audio like that other show.
Right.
Well, my channel's shadow banned, and even though, I got the check mark, which means you have well over 100,000, subscribers. Again, it should be more over the years, but I don't care about that. My thing is putting out regular content as much as humanly possible, something that's good and relevant. And so Mr. Scurv is going to be pushing, when things settle down, every day, she's going to bring content.
Right.
In different areas, you're going to do some stuff. There'll be times in Empressology, and you supposed to be able to do your own show too. I'm all about growth. Let's all grow. Make it happen. Oh, I'm not pushing you. You do your own thing now. I want to come inside and be with you. No, you're going to go on your own. No, I'm not doing that. We're always going to be together. But every time you say I have an idea and you're busy this day, so I'll do it.
Okay.
What's the saying? What is it? Virginia Slims, the cigarettes, right? You've come
a long way, baby. I sure have. Come a really long way. Oh, my God.
Yeah, Beatrice is coming on tonight. It's getting on to be the night for me at 4:17.
I know.
12:17 over there. This has been an extremely long morning show. Some of them might be an hour or two. You know, they're not always going to be long, but I'm hanging.
We're gonna go back to those 90-minute shows.
But yeah, we'll be able to do more.
Yes.
Maybe if we had ended this, but the flow was nice. So
the flow was good. Hit the like button, guys. Come on.
Well,
Hit the like button. Give me some likes.
Prettier than mine, so I know you can get it.
I know. Give me some loves and some likes. I just want the likes now.
So as the flow goes, it'll be wow, Tina, you're right. Sister Danita and Beatrice Noel. What a show that would be. Oh man. That's a dream match. I'll set that show up and just walk away. Just let them talk.
I know. I know.
Beatrice, what color bra are you wearing tonight? What's the look tonight?
Purple.
There'll be some. She's like, what the fuck? You know her little words. And Danita, I will come over there and slap the taste out your mouth.
I know. I know.
But I love it though. And like I told her when she was saying, well, I might cuss to it. Listen, express yourself the way you express yourself. You're very intelligent. You have a lot to share. You're not, ghettofied or whatever. She uses words, very intelligent. Right. Anybody who can't identify that, your butt hurt. That's all. Your butt hurt. Hey, come on in, Tim. Come on in, right? We're gonna do it, but yeah, let me run right now. I don't know if you said your words, or whatever, but
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay. I mean, I'm here. We're gonna be hanging for a couple hours later on anyway.
Right.
My table has gotten cluttered. I gotta run out and do something real quick. I gotta do some things, and brother man want to eat some more and shit.
I know.
Literally. No,
I know. Literally.
I had to do that wordplay. But anyway, my dear sister, thank you so much for your time and your expertise and that wonderful voice, that we can trust and love so much. You have that aura behind you. You know what I mean? So
thank you.
Rogers, whenever you
ready. Take care, guys.
There's a place at the table for you.
Have a good day.
Novia, Julia, and everybody.
Everybody, have a good evening.
Oh man. Anyway.
All right, Sir Lance. All right? Take care. Yes, indeed.
Take care. Right. Rock some music for a little bit. I gotta get some new music. I know you're getting tired of this.
I still think you should do mine. My music. I'm gonna share my music with you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm ready for that now. Plus, I have to pre-program all this, new equipment that I got. So, thank you all for helping me to get it too. I really appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna roll this song again. It's gonna pop on again. We're just gonna, roll it out like that. Take care, everybody. A couple hours, we'll be back. Riri, see what she said? I'm unsubscribing and shit. You funny.
My Lord is I lost my love. To the groove, I my Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. I my Lord is I lost my love.